Chapter 33:49. Wind and sand filled the air in the peach blossom forest, giving one a very gloomy feeling. The giant hand carried endless power and enveloped Fang Chen's body. By the time Fang Chen reacted, he was already in the peach blossom forest. He opened his eyes and looked around warily. "Is this the interior of the peach blossom forest?" Fang Chen whispered. The scene in front of him was too quiet and beautiful compared to the wind and sand outside the peach blossom forest. Not far away, there was a pond. In that pond, fish swam back and forth. This pond. Fang Chen raised his eyebrows as he sensed a powerful force in the pond. These fish are all demons and have extraordinary strength. After a long while, Fang Chen nodded. "I didn't expect there to be a place like this on the sacred island." After saying this, Fang Chen raised his head and looked at a towering tree. "May I know why you have brought me here?" As soon as he finished speaking, a beautiful red figure suddenly appeared on the thick branches of the towering tree. The moment she appeared, the aura of the entire peach blossom forest instantly turned cold. Domain Lord. Fang Chen was a little dumbfounded. The power released by the giant hand was comparable to that of a quasi-emperor expert. He didn't expect its owner to be a domain lord. The woman in red leaned on the branch, her beautiful eyes flickering as she looked into the distance. Her face was full of indifference, as if she was the only one in the world and did not pay attention to what was happening around her. Cold. Fang Chen felt an extremely cold aura from her body. Even his corporeal stage primordial spirit swayed slightly. "This peach blossom forest is my place. No one is allowed to set foot in it." Suddenly, the woman in red spoke. "The sacred island belongs to the sacred palace. In order to nurture the geniuses of the human race, this peach blossom forest also belongs to the sacred island and not to you, right? Besides, I didn't mean to enter the peach blossom forest. Aren't you going too far by doing this?" Fang Chen spread out his hands. From which a cold snort was heard, followed by powerful soul power ripples in the void. Primordial spirit attack. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and released his essence spirit, easily blocking the woman in red's essence spirit attack. At this moment, the woman in red finally turned her head to look at Fang Chen. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. "You can leave now." After staring at Fang Chen for a moment, the woman in red said indifferently. Fang Chen was a little startled. Before he could react, the figure of the woman in red flashed and disappeared into the peach blossom forest. As for Fang Chen, he also felt the world spinning. In the next second, he appeared outside the peach blossom forest. Space-time Dao? Fang Chen's eyes narrowed. The method that the woman in red had used to send him out was an extremely brilliant space-time Dao. Moreover, it contained a trace of the supreme rule power. Who is she? Fang Chen was curious. Not far away, Li Mo and the blue-clothed man were about to leave. When they saw Fang Chen appear, they were dumbfounded. Li Mo rubbed his eyes hard in disbelief. He actually came out. How is that possible? He was clearly caught by that person. How could he come out unscathed? The blue-clothed man was also shocked. After thinking for a moment, Fang Chen couldn't figure it out. In the end, he decided not to think about it. He looked up and happened to see Li Mo and the blue-clothed man. His figure flashed and he appeared beside them. "Both of you." Fang Chen cupped his fists. "Brother, how did you come out of the peach blossom forest?" Before Fang Chen could ask, Li Mo spoke. "A woman in red sent me out," Fang Chen said. "What? That person sent you out personally? She didn't make things difficult for you?" Li Mo was dumbfounded. Fang Chen shook his head. After the shock, Li Mo and the blue-clothed man gave Fang Chen a thumbs up. "Brother, you're amazing. For countless years, almost all those who angered that person and entered the peach blossom forest didn't come out alive." Li Mo couldn't help but gulp. There was no disciple who didn't fear the woman in red on the Saint Island. Why? Fang Chen was curious. That person has a strange temper and doesn't like to be disturbed. Occasionally, disciples who enter the peach blossom forest by mistake or wander around here would anger that person. Li Mo continued, "Of course, there are exceptions. For example, 100,000 years ago, there was someone like you who walked out of the peach blossom forest unscathed. Are you talking about that freak Lin Qian? Hearing the two words Lin Qian, Fang Chen was slightly stunned. After coming to the ancient chaos, the names he heard the most were Lin Qian and Jiyu Tianhua. At that time, the two of them were known as the strongest prodigies of the ancient chaos. Later, he met Jiyu Tianhua, but he never met Lin Qian. That Lin Qian is a super expert with great potential. It's expected that he could walk out of the peach blossom forest. But brother, you just came to the Saint Island and walked out unscathed. You're really a god. Li Mo's eyes were filled with admiration. Fang Chen shrugged. The woman in red must have sensed his strength and let him go, right? What a strange person. Fang Chen asked, may I ask who lives in the peach blossom forest and why are you so afraid? Speaking of the woman in red, the two felt their scalps go numb. After the two explained, Fang Chen finally understood. The woman in red was called Mu Hong and was a super expert who had reincarnated. Although she was only at the domain lord level, her battle strength was extremely strong and no one on the Saint Island could match her. Mu Hong has been staying in the peach blossom forest since she awakened the memories of her past life, isolated from the world. Li Mo continued. You'll be fine as long as you don't provoke her. But once she's angered, she won't even give face to Saint Palace experts and will directly kill them. Li Mo and the man in blue did not dare to stay any longer and hurriedly left. Before they left, they even advised Fang Chen to leave quickly. Fang Chen turned his head to look at the peach blossom forest and shook his head gently. Just then, Fang Chen, come to the 10,000 pagoda quickly. Palace Master Mu Qing sent a message and told Fang Chen the location. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A moment later, Fang Chen came to a square where several people were gathered. Fang Chen, these are the elders of the Saint Palace. They are in charge of the cultivation of the Saint Island disciples. After discussion, we've decided to let you enter the 10,000 pagoda to take Emperor Xiao's test, Palace Master Mu Qing said directly. Emperor Xiao's inheritance is very dangerous. If you're not careful, you'll be doomed. You have to think carefully, red-browed monster said. The others also nodded their heads lightly. After learning about Fang Chen's great potential from Palace Master Mu Qing, they actually did not agree with him entering the 10,000 pagoda. However, Palace Master Mu Qing stood his ground and believed that this was a hurdle for Fang Chen. If he did not save his daughter, it was very likely that it would form an inner demon that would affect his future cultivation. Emperor Xiao's inheritance is in the 10,000 pagoda. As long as you can pass the 3 tests, you can get it, Palace Master Mu Qing said. Are you ready? Fang Chen took a deep breath and said, I'm ready. The image of his daughter, Fang Shi, sleeping appeared in his mind. He was even more determined to get Emperor Xiao's inheritance and save his daughter's life. The 10,000 pagoda has been opened. You can go in. Fang Chen nodded and stepped forward to the 10,000 pagoda. There were 3 levels in the 10,000 pagoda. Each level had a test left by Emperor Xiao. So far, no one had been able to get Emperor Xiao's inheritance. Red-browed monster and the others did not think that Fang Chen could get it. Brother Chen, I have brought Han and Yun to the sanctuary. Suddenly, the jade communication pendant vibrated. It was a message from Star Emperor. Not long ago, after Fang Chen woke up, Star Emperor set off to pick up his 2 sons. Now that the Archean era had changed, the undercurrents were surging. Only by bringing his 2 sons to the sanctuary could they be safe. The experts of Divine Blood City have also gathered in the sanctuary. Everything is waiting for your return, Star Emperor said. You wait for me in the sanctuary. When I get Emperor Xiao's inheritance, I will meet you. After sending the message, Fang Chen entered the 10,000 pagoda. Demon territory, Demon Clan Divine Mountain. Roar. The roars of demonic beasts were heard, shaking the entire Divine Mountain. In the demon territory, the Demon Clan was the absolute overlord. Among the many demon clans, there were 3 royal clans. Today, the masters of the 3 royal clans gathered on the Demon Clan Divine Mountain. In front of a towering stone pillar, 3 figures stood. They were the incarnations of the masters of the 3 royal clans. I don't know if that little guy will succeed. He is a pure-blooded demonic beast with a strong bloodline. He should succeed. How many years has it been? The demon clan has finally waited for the return of the pure-blooded royal clan. The masters of the 3 royal clans sighed. They were a little nervous and eager. Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly, a deafening roar came from within the sky-piercing stone pillar. Then, the terrifying aura of the demon clan quickly spread out. With the demon clan divine mountain as the core, it shrouded the entire demon clan. On this day, all the demonic beasts of the demon clan prostrated themselves on the ground and roared excitedly. The masters of the 3 demon clans standing in front of the towering stone pillar were so excited that tears streamed down their faces. Ha ha ha, it worked. The roars of the demonic beasts still echoed in the void. Following their eyes, a demonic beast stood at the top of the towering stone pillar. It was as if it was bathed in blood, and it was domineering. Greetings, Your Majesty. Led by the masters of the 3 demon clans, many demonic beasts knelt down. After so many years, my pure-blooded bloodline has finally reached the perfect state. The pure-blooded demonic beast cub stood with its hands behind its back and looked down at the people of the demon territory. Its body was filled with domineering power. It seemed to be able to destroy the world with a raise of its hand. The world today cannot be compared to the ancient era. Otherwise, my strength could still be improved. The pure-blooded demonic beast cub looked at the masters of the 3 demon clans. It was the only pure-blooded demonic beast in this era. The entire demon clan submitted to it. I wonder if anything major happened in the primordial chaos over the years. Whoosh! The pure-blooded demonic beast cub's body flashed and landed on the demon clan divine mountain. Chapter 3350. At the peak of the demon divine mountain in the demon domain. The pure-blooded beast cub had transformed into a human and was wearing a blood-red robe. The robe fluttered in the cold wind and a scarlet aura filled the sky. At this moment, his face was filled with anger. The Gu family deserves to die. He clenched his fists and was filled with anger. Back then, he had wandered the world with Fang Shi, and they had accidentally gotten separated in a relic. After that, he had wandered around and came to the demon city. The pure blood in his body had awakened the will of the demon king on the demon divine mountain. Then, he began to be baptized by the power of the demon race. When he woke up again, he heard news about Fang Shi and Fang Chen. King, have you received the inheritance from the sky-piercing stone pillar? The leader of the Zhujiao clan asked impatiently. The pure-blooded beast cub nodded. With a thought, the purest bloodline power of the demon race burst out from his body. Poof, 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 poof. The void showed signs of cracking and the sky changed color. In the demon domain, all the demon race felt fear from the bottom of their hearts. This was an absolute suppression from their bloodline. King's bloodline. That's great. After so many years, a king has finally appeared in the demon race. The leaders of the 3 major demon races smiled excitedly. Although the king in front of them had not yet reached his peak, he would definitely be able to lead the demon race to glory if given enough time. How is the demon domain now? After the anger, the pure-blooded beast cub gradually calmed down and asked. The countless demon race in the entire demon domain will obey your orders and pledge their loyalty to you, the leader of the Zhujiao clan said. As long as you give the order, the entire demon race will obey, the leader of the Frost Dragon clan said. I have something to do in the sacred region now. Mobilize the entire demon race's power as quickly as possible and gather at the hunting region. Wait for my orders. Hunting region? Hearing this, the leaders of the 3 major demon races' expressions turned serious. They did not understand why their king wanted them to mobilize the entire demon race's power to the hunting region. Could it be, combined with the angry expression of the pure-blooded beast cubs when they heard about the Gu family, the 3 of them seemed to have thought of something. The leader of the Shenjiao race hurriedly asked, King, are you going to fight against the Gu family? The Gu clan has been the #1 clan in the ancient era for too long, so much so that they have forgotten their original mission, the pure-blooded beast calmly said. But the pure-blooded cub interrupted the clan leader. I know what you're thinking. Since you've recognized me as your master, will you obey my orders? The three of them looked at each other and then bowed deeply. You are the king of the monster clan. All members of the monster clan swear to obey the king's orders. If the king wants to attack the Jiu clan, all members of the monster clan will not hesitate. All right, go and prepare. The pure-blooded beast cub waved its hand. The three of them nodded and left the mountain. Fang Chen and I are good friends. The pure-blooded beast cub's voices rang out in the minds of the leaders of the three tribes. Hearing this, the three of them trembled and came to a sudden realization. While the pure-blooded beast cub was heading to the sacred region, Little Mouse and the others in the Jade Mountain region had also set off. After the shocking battle in the demon region ended, all of Fang Chen's brothers heard the news and rushed to the sacred region without stopping. Barbarian, Qing Hu, Deadstar Sector Lord, Dracophant Sector Lord, Lu Xingxing, and so on. Although they were not very strong, they wanted to fight side by side with Fang Chen. Undercurrents surged in the entire ancient era of chaos, like the night before a storm. Sacred Island, 1000 Pagoda. Rumble. Fang Chen had just entered when he heard the roar of the waterfall. Following the sound, he looked up and discovered that there was a tall mountain in front of him, and the waterfall was from the mountain. Is this the first level of the 1000 Pagoda? Fang Chen looked around but did not find anything unusual. Just as he was thinking, a line of words appeared in the sky. Lightning flashed around the words, and it was extremely terrifying. Reaching the top of the waterfall was considered a pass. The few words told Fang Chen how to pass the level. Is it that easy? Fang Chen was stunned and immediately rushed to the front of the waterfall. Although this waterfall contains extremely powerful Soul Dao energy, it is impossible for it to stop me. Buzz. Fang Chen released his corporeal realm primordial spirit and used the rock movement technique. His body turned into a ray of black light and flew up the waterfall. Dong. 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 In the process of flying, the Soul Dao power in the waterfall became stronger and stronger. After a while, Fang Chen had already flown 2/3 of the way up and the peak of the mountain was right in front of him. The strength of the Soul Dao attack here is comparable to the Void Realm primordial spirit. Fang Chen sighed. No wonder no one on the sacred island had been able to obtain Emperor Xiao's inheritance for so many years. Just the first level's test was so difficult, let alone the other levels. As the height increases, the Soul Dao attack becomes stronger. Fang Chen muttered, however, it is not a problem for me. As soon as his voice fell, Fang Chen released his Soul Dao power completely. A strange scene appeared. The waterfall suddenly opened up a path for Fang Chen. No matter how fast he passed through the waterfall, not a single drop of water fell on his body. Not long after, Fang Chen reached the top of the waterfall. Buzz. Another rare phenomenon appeared in the sky. Terrifying thunderbolts exploded, and two words appeared in the midst of the explosion that resembled fireworks. Pass. At the same time, a beam of light descended from the sky and shone on Fang Chen's body. Swoosh. The latter's body suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, Fang Chen appeared on the second level of the 10,000 Pagoda. Roar. The roar of a beast reverberated throughout the second level. A demonic beast the size of a small mountain appeared in front of Fang Chen. Fang Chen knew that the second level's test was to defeat the demonic beast in front of him. Human, go to hell. The demonic beast roared. You can't stop me. The battle instantly erupted. Ding ding ding. The mountain-like demonic beast threw a punch at Fang Chen. The latter used his emperor-level physical body to block it and even forced it back. Golden Manor King Beast. Unfortunately, it is an underage one. While fighting, Fang Chen secretly observed the demonic beast in front of him. The Golden Manor King Beast was very powerful in ancient times. At its peak, the Golden Manor King Beast's combat strength was comparable to an emperor-level sovereign. In the Age of Chaos, the Golden Manor King Beast was almost extinct. He did not expect to encounter one in the 10,000 Pagoda. The Golden Manor King Beast is known for its physical attacks. I am at a disadvantage in close combat. Thinking of this, Fang Chen performed the rock movement technique and used the space-time force to increase his speed to the extreme. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The Golden Manor King Beast could not catch Fang Chen's trace and constantly bombarded the surrounding void. After an hour, the Golden Man'er King Beast gave up the battle. After passing through the second level, Fang Chen came to the third level, which was also the last level of the 10,000 pagoda. Although I won the battle with the Golden Man'er King Beast, it also exposed some of my weaknesses. Fang Chen pondered. My chaotic sword body seems to be showing signs of a breakthrough. The Golden Man'er King Beast was good at physical attacks and had comprehended it to the extreme. In comparison, Fang Chen had the chaotic sword body, which was the #1 sword body in the Archean era. However, his understanding of the physical body was too shallow. After taking my revenge, I will go to the sacred palace to look for a body-refining secret skill. Fang Chen said. Buzz. Just as he was deep in thought, a bronze throne suddenly appeared in the void of the third level. On the throne sat a figure. The figure had a faint smile on his face as he looked at Fang Chen. Junior Fang Chen greets Emperor Xiao. Fang Chen cupped his fists and said, "Not bad." Emperor Xiao nodded. He was very satisfied with Fang Chen's performance in the first 2 levels. I didn't expect such a monstrous genius like you to appear in this era. I don't care about your bones. You have cultivated for less than 1,000,000 years. However, your combat strength has reached the level of an emperor-to-be. With such potential, you would be considered a genius even in the ancient times. Fang Chen was speechless. The ancient times were recognized as the era with the most experts. The Battle of Deity Fall was even more shocking. Senior, the reason why I came to the 10,000 pagoda is to obtain your method of absorbing the heart of the flame demon. Fang Chen directly stated his purpose of coming here. Oh! Emperor Xiao's expression changed when he heard the words heart of the flame demon. Has the all-fusion body appeared? Emperor Xiao murmured. To tell you the truth, my daughter possesses the myriad fusion body. Not long ago, she was captured by the world devastator demon emperor. He wanted to obtain the secret of the all-fusion body, so he put the heart of the flame demon into her body. My daughter is still in a coma. I am helpless. I heard that Emperor Xiao has a method to absorb the power of the flame demon's heart by using the all-fusion body. Therefore, I came here to give it a try. Fang Chen cupped his fists and asked, "What can I do to obtain the secret skill of Emperor Xiao? Since you came to the 10,000 pagoda, you should know my rules, right?" Emperor Xiao said. Fang Chen nodded and asked, "Emperor Xiao, what is the test of the third level of the 10,000 pagoda? As long as one passed all 3 levels of the 10,000 pagoda, he would be able to obtain the inheritance of Emperor Xiao." Fang Chen had passed the first 2 levels. He was determined to obtain the inheritance of Emperor Xiao. Crash! Emperor Xiao waved his sleeve and a chessboard appeared on the ground. On the chessboard, there were 108 chess pieces. This is the Dao chessboard that I obtained from a mysterious place. There are a total of 108 moves. If you can solve 36 moves, you will pass the test. Emperor Xiao said. 36 moves. Fang Chen immediately sat cross-legged in front of the Dao chessboard and concentrated on solving the moves. In the void, Emperor Xiao, who was sitting on the bronze throne, was flickering in and out of sight. Young man, those who came to the third level before you only solved 29 moves at most. I wonder how many moves you can solve. Emperor Xiao said. Chapter 3351. On the third floor of the 10,000 pagoda. On the desolate ground, there was a huge chessboard. On the chessboard, there were stars twinkling. There were a total of 108 chess pieces. Each chess piece was like an independent world, emitting a dazzling light. Buzz. Fang Chen sat cross-legged in front of the Dao Luo chessboard, his eyes fixed on the chessboard. When his consciousness came into contact with the chessboard, he felt a powerful force on the chessboard. In an instant, his consciousness entered an empty space. Dong. A shadow appeared out of thin air, holding a saber and staring at him. Little guy, defeat me and you can pass. Fang Chen raised his eyebrows, then he realized that this was the Dao Luo chessboard's consciousness space. The shadow he was facing now was his opponent for the first move. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the shadow waved the saber in his hand. In an instant, the saber pierced through the sky and appeared in front of Fang Chen. Crack. In a hurry, Fang Chen blocked with his hand. After colliding with the saber, his body kept retreating. After stabilizing his body, Fang Chen was a little surprised. This is... I see. After a short exchange, Fang Chen understood what the test of the Dao Luo chessboard was. Although the shadow's cultivation level was not high, his understanding of the supreme law was incomparable to ordinary people. Comprehending the supreme law? Fang Chen murmured. His heart was surging with waves of shock. Who was it that refined such a powerful treasure like the Dao Luo chessboard? In the chessboard, the 108 chess pieces contained different supreme laws. If one could solve the 108 moves, one would be able to comprehend the supreme law. Amazing. Fang Chen could not help but exclaim. Although he had come into contact with the supreme law before, he had a vague understanding of it. Just now, he clearly felt that the shadow in front of him, a simple swing of the saber, contained an extremely powerful supreme law. Again. Fang Chen licked his dry lips. His interest was greatly aroused. He leaped up and fought fiercely with the figure. Outside the 10,000 pagoda, on the void square, the people in charge of the Saint Island were waiting for Fang Chen to come out. Exploring the 10,000 pagoda isn't just about battle strength. It also requires comprehension. My guess is that Fang Chen should be able to reach the 3rd level. As for whether he can pass the Dao chessboard, that's not certain. The Dao sifting chessboard originated from the God's Fall battlefield. Even we do not know how powerful it is. It will be extremely difficult to break it. Red-eyebrowed monster shook his head. Clearly, the people in charge of the Holy Island did not believe that Fang Chen could solve the 36 moves of the Dao Luo chessboard. That's right. I agree with the red-eyebrowed monster. Even Lin Qian only managed to solve 28 steps back then. Unfortunately, Jiyu Tianhua of the Jiyu clan rejected the invitation of our Saint Island. There was a tinge of regret in their words. Back then, Jiyu Tianhua had displayed absolute talent. The Saint Island naturally extended an invitation to him. The Saint Island was the holy land of cultivation in the ancient chaos. Countless martial artists dreamed of entering the Saint Island to cultivate. However, Jiyu Tianhua had refused. This matter had caused a great sensation at the time. Hearing the discussions of the people behind him, Palace Master Wood Green remained silent. He had seen both Jiyu Tianhua and Lin Qian. There was nothing to say about their potential. Before Fang Chen appeared, only the two of them could compete for the title of the #1 genius of the ancient chaos. However, after Fang Chen appeared, the two of them could only stand aside. You have not experienced that battle. How can you understand how strong Fang Chen is? Palace Master Wood Green muttered to himself. The revived quasi-emperors of the Jiyu clan, led by Jiyu Ku, had joined forces. Jiyu Ku had even used the 7th level of the ancient annihilation secret technique, but they were still unable to defeat Fang Chen. Instead, they were forced to retreat by Fang Chen. Who in the ancient chaos could compare to such a battle record? With Fang Chen's current strength, even the 10 palace masters of the sacred palace were no match for him. The Dao Luo chessboard tests one's understanding of the supreme laws. I believe that with your potential, you can solve the 36 moves. Only by solving the 36 moves could one obtain Emperor Xiao's inheritance. Palace Master Wood Green firmly believed that Fang Chen could succeed. Time passed, and a month passed in a flash. On the 3rd floor of the 10,000 pagoda, in front of the Dao Luo chessboard. Buzz. Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Immediately, starlight shot out from the Dao Luo chessboard. His gaze fell on the 9th piece of the Dao Luo chessboard. It gradually faded and became indistinct. The 8 pieces before it were the same. They were all indistinct. I only solved the 9th move in a month. Fang Chen shook his head and smiled bitterly. With each move, the supreme laws contained in the pieces become more profound and difficult to understand. Fortunately, I once absorbed some supreme ancestral eyes and broke down a trace of the supreme laws to help me comprehend it faster. Fang Chen opened his palms. With a thought, a layer of silver frost suddenly covered his palms. The moment the silver frost appeared, the entire void trembled. He gently waved his hand and the void distorted as if the world was about to collapse. As expected of the supreme laws. It's really powerful. The supreme laws were above all living beings and maintained the order of the ancient chaos. If one wanted to step into the Emperor realm, they had to comprehend it. And now, after a month of exploration, Fang Chen had finally grasped the basics. He closed his eyes and traces of the supreme laws circulated in his mind. The way they operated was very unique. It's really amazing. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. He had an incomparable desire to grasp the supreme laws. After a month of accumulation, in the following process, it finally exploded like a blowout. The 10th move, the 11th move, the 12th move. From the 10th move to the 20th move, Fang Chen's speed was very fast. He didn't stop for too long. When he reached the 21st move, Fang Chen's speed slowed down again. He fell into deep thought. Emperor Xiao, who was sitting on the bronze throne in mid-air, looked down. He looked at Fang Chen and nodded with satisfaction. Although he once absorbed the supreme ancestral eyes, the supreme laws contained in them were almost negligible. It didn't help him much. In just a month, he was able to comprehend the supreme laws to the basic level from the Dao Luo chessboard. His comprehension is really strong. Emperor Xiao praised. If Palace Master Mu Qing and the others were here, they would be shocked. One should know that Emperor Xiao was an expert in the ancient times. He had seen countless peerless geniuses. To be praised by him personally, one could imagine how strong Fang Chen's potential was. From the first move to the 9th move, his speed was very slow. He has been accumulating, not in a hurry. Emperor Xiao muttered to himself. From the 10th step onwards, he will be able to fully unleash his understanding of the supreme law. His speed will be greatly enhanced. Emperor Xiao's eyes flashed with a strange light. When he reached the 21st move, his speed slowed down again. Not in a hurry, not in a hurry. Among the younger generation, to be able to reach this step, his state of mind is at least comparable to the Emperor Realm experts. As an Emperor Realm expert in the ancient times, Emperor Xiao knew the value of the Dao Luo chessboard better than anyone else. In this era, among all the people who came to solve the Dao Luo chessboard, he was most optimistic about Fang Chen. Interesting. He saw some of Fang Chen's secrets through the Dao Luo chessboard. The immortal power. He actually got the immortal inheritance. What a lucky guy. Emperor Xiao said. In fact, he also saw other inheritances in Fang Chen, such as the Bloodline King inheritance. But he had high standards. Only the immortal emperor could enter his eyes. In the space of consciousness. Ding ding ding, Fang Chen performed the 10th move of the invincible sword art. Once the sword of slaughter was performed, the entire space of consciousness was scarlet and filled with killing intent. The star-hidden sword issued a loud and clear sword cry. Then, it rushed towards the virtual shadow while carrying a dense sword light. The power of the sword of slaughter has doubled. Fang Chen was pleasantly surprised. He tried to integrate the supreme law into the sword of slaughter and its power sword. Kill. Even though the silhouette's battle prowess was extremely strong, and it had comprehended more supreme laws, it was ultimately unable to withstand Fang Chen's attack. Boom. The shadow fell to the ground and the chess pieces faded. The 21st move was passed. Continue. Fang Chen continued to immerse himself in the Dao Luo chessboard. With every move he deciphered, his understanding of the supreme law would increase. When he deciphered the 25th move, he finally comprehended the 11th move of the invincible sword art. This move was integrated with the supreme law and was comprehended in the space of consciousness of the Dao Luo chessboard. He called it the Dao Luo sword. Once the Dao Luo sword was performed, its power could be multiplied. Rumble. In the space of consciousness, waves rose and sword light spread and intertwined. The shadow had nowhere to hide and was directly pierced by the sword light. Phew. After leaving the space of consciousness, Fang Chen took a deep breath and calmed himself down. The power of the Dao Luo sword is stronger than the 9th level of the Blood Void sword art. If I don't use the Apocalypse sword, it will be my most powerful killing move. In addition to being pleasantly surprised, Fang Chen also realized that half a year had passed without him noticing. He shook his head and was not satisfied with his speed. After half a year, I only deciphered 25 moves. However, Emperor Xiao, who was sitting on the bronze throne, looked helpless. Boy, your speed is unparalleled in this era. Are you still not satisfied? Emperor Xiao glanced at Fang Chen in annoyance, but there was a hint of joy in his eyes. After waiting for so many years, he had finally met an outstanding talent. Before you, Lin Qian was the fastest. He spent 8 years to decipher the 25th move, Emperor Xiao said. Lin Qian? Fang Chen was stunned. He did not expect Lin Qian to spend 8 years to decipher the first 25 moves. Moreover, he was the fastest in this era. In comparison, he had only spent half a year. Chapter 3352. In the beginning, Emperor Xiao had been observing Fang Chen secretly when he first entered the Thousand Pagoda. He had passed the first 2 levels with his boundary evolution realm cultivation, which had attracted Emperor Xiao's attention. Emperor Xiao had thought that no matter how strong his potential was, it was impossible for him to surpass Lin Qian. However, now it seemed that Fang Chen's potential had reached an extremely monstrous level. Even in the ancient times, this was unprecedented and unparalleled. It took him half a year to solve the first 25 moves. Even the super-monstrous geniuses in the ancient times might not be able to do so. At this moment, Emperor Xiao's heart was stirred. His cheeks were full of smiles. He was very curious about how many moves Fang Chen could solve with his potential. Little guy, work hard. Emperor Xiao suppressed the joy in his heart and muttered. Fang Chen nodded and then sat down cross-legged. He continued to comprehend the supreme law and solve the Tao chessboard. Sure enough, Fang Chen was at a bottleneck when he solved the 26th move. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. During this period, Fang Chen had been solving the 26th move, but he was still stuck. In the space of consciousness, Fang Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand. His dark eyes shot out a touch of indifference. I see. In the past 3 years, he had been fighting with the shadow and was defeated every time. His combat strength is obviously not as strong as mine, and my understanding of the supreme law is not weaker than his, but I still can't defeat him. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes. When he attacked, the supreme law seemed to be, in his mind, he recalled every time he fought with the shadow in the past 3 years. Buzz. Images flashed past one after another. On his body, the supreme power of rules revolved around him, gradually rotating. A moment later, Fang Chen was suddenly startled. His pupils immediately shrunk. His gaze was fixed on the battle that had just taken place. His palm. Fang Chen noticed his palm. Before he attacked, he flipped his palm. It seemed that he had used a unique method to integrate the supreme law into his weapon. As expected. For the past 3 years, Fang Chen had been racking his brains. Just now, he had a flash of inspiration and finally found the root of the problem. His usage of the supreme laws has reached an extremely high level. He's able to stack them and unleash battle prowess that's hundreds and thousands of times stronger. No wonder I've never been able to defeat him. As soon as his voice fell, Fang Chen's palm suddenly rotated. The next moment, a monstrous supreme power of law surrounded the hidden star sword. Roar. A loud and clear sword chime resounded through the sky. Within the hidden star sword, a terrifying and invincible sword chi erupted. This sword chi instantly condensed into a huge dragon in the void. The giant dragon roared as if it wanted to tear the world apart. Roar. Just as the colossal dragon was roaring in the sky, Fang Chen's palm spun and injected all the supreme power of law into the colossal dragon's body. Wang. The giant dragon's aura suddenly increased, and his body continued to expand. Dao Luo sword. Fang Chen roared and unleashed the 11th move of the invincible sword technique, Dao Luo sword. This move was comprehended from the Dao Luo chessboard, so it was called Dao Luo sword. As soon as the sword was unleashed, everything in the world and their souls trembled. In the blink of an eye, the colossal dragon appeared in front of the illusory figure. The latter used the same method and slapped the colossal dragon's body. Crack. Signs of cracks appeared on the colossal dragon's body. It only lasted for a moment before it exploded. Deng deng deng. The terrifying airflow forced Fang Chen back. After the latter stabilized his body, his face was filled with excitement. As expected. Fang Chen said, the power of superimposing the supreme laws is even stronger. It's a pity that I can only use a superficial superimposing technique. The power that I can unleash is not as strong as the illusory figure. Fang Chen thought of the Jiyu family's ancient annihilation secret skill. The superimposing technique of the illusory figure in front of me is probably equivalent to the superimposing power of the fourth level of the ancient annihilation secret skill. Fang Chen said, if I can comprehend a superimposing technique and supplement it with the annihilation sword, I should be able to pass this stage easily. Taking a deep breath, Fang Chen continued to study the superimposing technique. The superimposing technique was like a wave. One layer after another was superimposed in a unique way. When the superimposing level reached a certain level, the power would be fully unleashed. This was also the power of the Jiyu family's ancient annihilation secret skill. Fang Chen had personally experienced it, so it was still fresh in his memory. Therefore, he was still quite confident in himself. Although he could not comprehend a superimposing technique like the ancient annihilation secret skill, as long as he could superimpose the supreme laws, he would succeed. To obtain Emperor Xiao's inheritance, he only needed to solve the 36 moves. Fang Chen's goal was simple. That was to solve it as quickly as possible, then obtain the inheritance and save his daughter. As for solving all 108 moves of the Dao Luo chessboard, he did not think too much about it for now. In the void, Emperor Xiao watched Fang Chen's every move. This guy's potential is really amazing. Emperor Xiao sighed. Time passed unconsciously. In front of the 10,000 pagoda, Palace Master Mu Qing and the others had already left. Their consciousness shrouded the 10,000 pagoda. When Fang Chen came out, they would be the first to know. During this time, the primordial chaos became more turbulent, and the atmosphere was very oppressive. Saint Island, Peach Blossom Forest. Mu Hong, who was dressed in red, sat quietly on a towering tree. Suddenly, she felt a strange movement in her Sumeru ring. Whoosh! With a thought, a red token appeared in the void in front of her. This token was constantly trembling and emitting a strange aura. Shock surfaced on Mu Hong's emotionless face when she saw this scene. Soon after, she stood up and looked towards the distant horizon with her pretty eyes. It's awake. Mu Hong's red lips parted slightly as she muttered. Whoosh! She waved her sleeve and a crack appeared in the void. She stepped into it. Outside the Saint Island, in the boundless sea, a small boat was drifting alone. Upon closer inspection, there was a white-haired old man leisurely lying on the boat, basking in the sun. Whoosh! Although the waves were strong, the boat was very stable and kept moving forward slowly. Buzz! A crack appeared in the void and Mu Hong walked out. Rip! Sensing Mu Hong's aura, the white-haired old man opened his lazy eyes and looked at Mu Hong with a smile. It's you. Mu Hong raised her eyebrows when she saw the old man. She seemed a little unhappy and emitted a cold aura. Red Emperor, I haven't seen you for many years. You're still the same. The old man said, we used to be comrades who fought side by side. After I woke up, I came to find you immediately. How can you treat an old friend like this? Others might not know, but the old man on the boat knew very well. The woman in red in front of him was the famous Red Emperor of the ancient times. Mu Hong was silent. The old man continued, now that the world has changed, many of the old farts in the God's Fall battlefield have awakened. Soon, a disaster will descend. This is our last chance. Come with me to the God's Fall battlefield. How about it? The old man asked. He flipped his hand and a red token appeared. Buzz! The red token trembled as soon as it appeared. At the same time, the red token in Mu Hong's hand resonated with it. It's also awakened? Mu Hong asked. The old man nodded. It hasn't fully awakened and is in a half-asleep state. Its strength hasn't recovered to its peak. That's why I said that this is our last chance. Once the world changes completely and the God's Fall battlefield appears, those old farts will appear and we won't stand a chance. Seeing that Mu Hong didn't say anything, the old man continued, Have you forgotten the Godsfall battle of the ancient times? If those old farts fully awaken, you and I can forget about living. For countless years, ever since you woke up, you have been cultivating on the Saint Island and your realm has been stuck at the territorial lord level. Haven't you been waiting for this day? After a moment of silence, Mu Hong spoke. What are your chances of winning? There are a total of 6 tokens. You and I have 2. I have some information about the remaining 4. Let's find the remaining tokens first and then go to that place. The old man said, I, Mo Su, have been waiting for this day for a long time. I won't fail this time. Boom. Suddenly, the aura on Mu Hong's body soared. Seeing this, Mo Su smiled brightly. He knew that the Red Emperor had agreed. A moment later, Mu Hong's aura stabilized. She was now a quasi-emperor expert. Moreover, she was an invincible quasi-emperor. The restrictions of this world are too great. I have spent hundreds of millions of years and still haven't completely comprehended the supreme law, Red Emperor Mu Hong said. On the Saint Island, the reason why her cultivation was stuck at the territorial lord level was so that she could comprehend the supreme law and step into the martial emperor realm one day. Therefore, when Fang Chen broke into the peach blossom forest, she couldn't make him stay with her strength at that time. Therefore, she let him go. Because of such a small matter, the Red Emperor would never give up her years of hard work. But now, Mo Su had found her and told her some things about the ancient era. She couldn't care less and directly raised her cultivation to the quasi-emperor level. Red Emperor, with your potential, if the restrictions of this world disappear, you will soon step into the martial emperor realm, Mo Su said. Let's go. Let's go. Whoosh. Mo Su and the Red Emperor disappeared in the sky above the boundless sea. The dark abyss was filled with endless blood. A beast that had been sleeping for countless years woke up. Its huge body swayed gently, and the entire abyss seemed to collapse. An extremely terrifying aura swept through the sky. Darkness is coming. My chance is here. His hoarse voice echoed throughout the entire abyss. Whether it was the beast or the human warriors, they all prostrated on the ground. At the same time, in some hidden places in the primordial chaos, strange phenomena appeared one after another, shaking the sky. Countless old monsters that had been sleeping during the battle of the fallen gods in the ancient era woke up. Chapter 3353. Over the long years, the human race had been reproducing generation after generation. One could never imagine how terrifying the potential of a human martial artist would be. Throughout history, almost all those with great potential had become sovereign-like experts. In the ancient times, the human race had reached its peak and there were many experts and geniuses. However, after the cruelest battle of gods in history, the human race was almost wiped out and countless experts fell. In the age of chaos, stepping into the emperor realm became an unattainable goal. The remnant consciousness of Emperor Xiao had stayed in the Thousand Pagoda for countless eras, but he could not find a successor. He had thought that he would have to wait for a long time. But now, Emperor Xiao's face was full of joy. He looked down at the Dao Luo chessboard from above. At this moment, Fang Chen was focused on deciphering the Dao Luo chessboard. 45 moves. Emperor Xiao was stunned and his heart was full of shock. A boundary evolution realm expert had such a strong understanding of the supreme law that he could decipher 45 moves of the Dao Luo chessboard. This could be recorded in history. Since deciphering the 25th move, Fang Chen had a preliminary understanding of the supreme law's operating trajectory. Combined with his strong understanding, he was able to decipher the moves without any hindrance. He deciphered the moves one by one until he had deciphered the 45th move. It was incredible. Ever since Emperor Xiao left his inheritance in the Thousand Pagoda, Fang Chen was the first martial artist to decipher the 45th move. His mastery of the supreme law is getting better and better. He saw Fang Chen's deciphering process very clearly. Swoosh. In the consciousness space of the Dao Luo chessboard, Fang Chen only slashed with his sword once and it destroyed the shadow with overwhelming force. The 46th move was deciphered. Phew. Fang Chen slowly opened his eyes and revealed a tired look. He put away the hidden star sword and slowly got up. He looked at the Dao Luo chessboard and could not help but sigh. This Dao Luo chessboard is really amazing. I only deciphered the 4th to 5th move and I have already comprehended 10% of the supreme law. It should be known that an ordinary emperor to be expert would need to spend countless years to comprehend 10% of the supreme law. Fang Chen had only spent 3 years to achieve this. I've reached a bottleneck. I can't continue. Fang Chen calmed himself down and looked away from the Dao chessboard. Coincidentally, he caught Emperor Xiao's gaze. Emperor Xiao. Fang Chen cupped his fists and bowed slightly. The latter walked down from the bronze throne and nodded in satisfaction. In 3 years, you managed to solve the 45-step Dao net chessboard. You are truly a genius among geniuses. Emperor Xiao was not stingy with his praise for Fang Chen. Emperor Xiao spoke before Fang Chen could say anything. You have passed my test. As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his finger, and a ray of light shot out. Fang Chen subconsciously caught it with his hand. It was a jade strip. This jade slip contains my 2 secret skills. Take it and cultivate. If you have any questions during this period, you can come to the treasure pagoda to ask me, Emperor Xiao said. As for the heart of the flame demon, I can't teach you. Hearing this, Fang Chen was a little anxious. However, Emperor Xiao's next words put him at ease. Although I can't teach you, you can bring your daughter to the treasure pagoda. I will personally refine the heart of the flame demon in her body. Emperor Xiao stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the sky. However, you have to be prepared for the worst. After all, even in my heyday, I can't guarantee 100% success rate. The heart of the flame demon has been corroding my daughter's strength. If this continues, she will definitely die. If Emperor Xiao helps, there is at least a chance of survival, Fang Chen said. At this moment, he had no other choice. Don't worry. After all, you are half my successor. I will do my best. Emperor Xiao waved his hand and signaled Fang Chen to bring his daughter to the sacred island. There is no time to lose. I will go now. Outside the treasure pagoda, Palace Master Wood Green, Red-Browed Monster and the others sensed Fang Chen as soon as he appeared. Whoosh! Several figures appeared in front of Fang Chen at the same time. Little guy, how is it? Red-Browed Monster asked eagerly. You have been in the treasure pagoda for 3 years. I guess you must have been cracking the Dao chessboard? Palace Master Wood Green asked. Fang Chen nodded. I have passed the test left by Emperor Xiao and obtained his inheritance. What? Red-Browed Monster and the others exclaimed and looked at Fang Chen in shock. They could not imagine that Emperor Xiao's inheritance had been obtained by this guy. You. How many moves did you crack? Red-Browed Monster asked anxiously after recovering from the shock. 45 moves. Fang Chen did not hide the truth. Boom. Everyone trembled in disbelief. How is this possible? There are 3 stages in the Dao chessboard, and each stage has 36 moves. It is a huge hurdle. He only took 3 years to crack 45 moves. Everyone was at a loss. Even Palace Master Wood Green was a little shocked. Ha ha ha, God bless the human tribe. Soon, an excited smile appeared on Palace Master Wood Green's face. After Fang Chen told Palace Master Wood Green the details, Palace Master Wood Green took the wormhole back to the sacred palace and brought Fang Shi to the sacred island. Not long after, Palace Master Wood Green returned to the sacred island. Brother Chen, can Senior Emperor Xiao really save Shi? Star Sovereign had also caught up. She threw herself in front of Fang Chen and asked urgently. Don't worry, you With Emperor Xiao's help, Shi will be fine. He naturally did not dare to tell Star Emperor that even Emperor Xiao did not have full confidence. Wait here. I will take Shi to the treasure pagoda. Whoosh. Fang Chen took his daughter Fang Shi to the 3rd level of the treasure pagoda with ease. After checking Fang Shi's body, Emperor Xiao's face turned slightly solemn. Her all-fusion body has not been fully awakened, so her ability to resist the heart of the flame demon is a little weak. Emperor Xiao said, if she cannot refine the heart of the flame demon, she will not live for more than 100 years. Emperor Xiao. Fang Chen was a little anxious. Don't worry. Since I have promised to help you, I will not stand by and do nothing. Emperor Xiao said, leave her here. I will help her refine the heart of the flame demon. But because her all-fusion body is a little weak, she will need some supplementary materials. If he was at his peak, he would not need these. But now, Emperor Xiao only existed in the form of a remnant thought. What kind of supplementary materials do you need? Fang Chen asked. Emperor Xiao handed Fang Chen a list. There are a total of 81 materials on this list. 7 of them are rare materials. I don't think you can find them in the entire primordial chaos. Fang Chen looked at the list carefully. His face was solemn. But there should be some in the battlefield of gods. Emperor Xiao looked at him leisurely. But the battlefield of gods is too dangerous. Now that the world has changed, those sleeping experts have awakened. With your strength, even if you enter the battlefield of gods, you may not be able to come out alive. Fang Chen put away the list. His eyes were filled with determination. For Shi-Er, I will go even if it is dangerous. Fang Chen said, when can I use these materials? 50 years at the latest. You have to send all 81 materials to the treasure pagoda. Otherwise, if you delay, your daughter will die. Emperor Xiao said. Fang Chen nodded. I will find all the materials within 50 years. During this time, I will have to trouble Emperor Xiao to take care of Shi-Er. With that, he turned and left the treasure pagoda. Coming out of the treasure pagoda, Fang Chen's heart was heavy. However, after seeing Star Emperor, he did not show it. Instead, he comforted Star Emperor. Don't worry, you-er. With Emperor Xiao's help, Shi-Er will be fine. Then, Fang Chen walked to the side of Palace Master Mu Qing. Palace Master Mu Qing. Fang Chen showed the list to Palace Master Mu Qing. The latter looked solemn. Although these materials are rare, with the Sacred Palace's ability, we can find most of them. But the last 7, I will have to trouble Palace Master Mu Qing to search for them. As for the last 7, I will find a way myself. Fang Chen said. By the way, suddenly, Palace Master Mu Qing's eyes fell on one of the rare materials. I know where to find Jade Flame Golden Sand. Where? Fang Chen was stunned. The Jiyu family. After leaving the sacred island, Fang Chen returned to the sacred region with Star Emperor. As for Palace Master Mu Qing, he helped Fang Chen search for the materials he needed. Greetings, City Lord. The first thing Fang Chen did after returning was to gather everyone in Divine Blood City. In the courtyard, Fire Demon True Emperor stood respectfully. How is the matter I asked you to do? Fang Chen asked. City Lord, in the past 3 years, Divine Blood City has gathered all the forces hidden in the dark. We are just waiting for the City Lord's order to step into the ancient region and destroy the Jiyu family, Fire Demon True Emperor said heroically. A long time ago, Divine Blood City was one of the top forces in the ancient chaos. At that time, under the leadership of the Bloodline Monarch, it was very powerful. But later on, the Bloodline Monarch disappeared and Divine Blood City went into seclusion. Fire Demon True Emperor and the others were unwilling to give up. They were waiting for the battle with the Jiyu family to make Divine Blood City shock the world again. Just as the Fire Demon True Lord was reporting to Fang Chen about the experts he had gathered, a series of hearty voices suddenly rang out. Boss, we are not late, right? Little Mouse and the others appeared at the same time. How could I miss such a lively event? The void flickered and the pure-blooded beast cub appeared. After sensing the powerful aura of the pure-blooded beast cub, Fang Chen was startled. By chance, I was recognized by the godly mountain of the demon race and completely activated my pure-blooded bloodline. Now, I am the king of the demon region, the pure-blooded beast cub said. This time, I brought all the higher-ups of the demon race. That son of a B*TCHGU family dared to attack Xiao Shi. They deserve to die. Back then, he had trained with Fang Shi and got separated. After hearing what had happened to Fang Shi, he blamed himself. In the courtyard, everyone was shocked. You are the king of the demon race? Chapter 3354. After so many years, the strength of the brothers who had fought side by side with him had increased. Especially the pure-blooded beast cub. Its strength had reached the level of a quasi-emperor and it had become the king of the demon race. as expected of a pure-blooded descendant. Fang Chen could not help but exclaim. He looked around at his brothers and felt warmth in his heart. "Boss, when are we leaving?" Little Mouse asked anxiously. "No hurry. Let me go to the Sword Pavilion." After settling the pure-blooded beast cub and the people of Divine Blood City, Fang Chen went to the Sword Pavilion. After greeting the Guardian Elder, he went directly to the 4th floor of the Sword Pavilion. Whoosh! Seeing the 3 scrolls hanging on the wall, Fang Chen took a deep breath and his face gradually turned serious. The 3 Sword of Annihilation. Last time, Fang Chen had comprehended the apocalyptic first sword here, Annihilation. With his strength at that time, he could not fully comprehend it. It was not until he broke through to the boundary evolution realm that he realized how terrifying the 3 Sword of Annihilation was. Strictly speaking, the power of the 3 Sword of Annihilation had exceeded the power of an Emperor-level sword technique. This time, Fang Chen came to try and see if he could comprehend the 2nd Sword of Annihilation. Let's begin. Fang Chen adjusted his state of mind and sat cross-legged in front of the 2nd scroll. His divine sense spread out and instantly entered the 2nd picture scroll. The 2nd picture scroll was exactly the same as the 1st picture scroll. In front of a lush mountain stream, there was a towering mountain peak that pierced through the clouds. On top of that mountain peak, there was a waterfall that flowed down. Countless water droplets scattered in the air and fell freely. The various scenes of comprehending the 1st Sword of Annihilation appeared again. Fang Chen's body was filled with sword qi. Whoosh! He could not help but perform the 1st Sword of Annihilation. He suddenly raised his finger and powerful sword qi gathered at the tip of his finger, forming spots of light. Whoosh! 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 A wild wind blew past his face and a cold aura hit him in the face. Fang Chen was as motionless as a bell. He stood in the gale and focused all his attention on his fingers. When the sword qi on his fingertip reached a certain level, he made his move. Crack! Almost in an instant, he lightly pointed his finger. Rumble! A deafening sound resounded across the sky. A frightening finger glow that carried an endless amount of power whizzed through the air and ruthlessly collided with the waterfall. Voila! The thick waterfall was forcefully split apart by the apocalyptic 1st sword. At the same time, the water droplets scattered in the air quickly formed a cylindrical defense, completely blocking the waterfall. As expected. After seeing this scene, Fang Chen confirmed his thoughts. A beam of light shot out from his eyes, penetrating the defense of the water droplets and looking into the waterfall. Inside the waterfall, the fluctuations caused by the sword qi of obliteration had caused great chaos. The waterfall seemed to be operating normally, but it was in complete chaos. I have comprehended the apocalyptic 1st sword and have gained experience. I have a natural advantage in comprehending the apocalyptic 2nd sword. After a long time, Fang Chen grinned and immediately closed his eyes to cultivate. The apocalyptic 2nd sword was called Chaos. When the sword was drawn, heaven and earth were in chaos and time was distorted. A few days later, sword qi soared into the sky in the 4th level of the Sword Pavilion. In the 2nd scroll, Fang Chen pointed his finger and the waterfall was instantly forcefully cut off. The cylindrical defense formed by countless water droplets was shattered and could not withstand Fang Chen's attack. Buzz! In the void, sword qi revolved and a loud sword cry resounded across the universe. The moment Fang Chen opened his eyes, the luster of the 2nd scroll disappeared and it instantly dimmed. I finally succeeded. Fang Chen stood up with a smile on his face. This time, comprehending the apocalyptic 2nd sword was much easier than he had expected. The apocalyptic 2nd sword contains a trace of the supreme power of laws. If I had not deciphered the Tao chessboard in the 3rd level of the 10,000 pagoda and comprehended a trace of the supreme power of laws, I would not have been able to comprehend it so easily. Fang Chen shook his head and sighed. At the same time, his heart was also filled with excitement. The power of the apocalyptic 2nd sword was 10 times stronger than the apocalyptic 1st sword. The apocalyptic 1st sword already consumes a lot of energy and I can barely use it 3 times in a row. As for the apocalyptic 2nd sword, it is still very easy for me to use it once with my current strength. However, It will be very difficult to use it a second time, and it will even cause a backlash. Fang Chen murmured softly. My battle strength has already reached the level of an invincible quasi-emperor. In addition to these two sword moves, no one in the ancient chaos will be a match for me. In fact, Fang Chen even had a feeling that if he attacked with all his strength, he could even escape unscathed from a God Realm ruler. Of course, until now, he had not fought with a true God Realm ruler. Therefore, he did not know what a God Realm ruler was capable of and did not dare to jump to conclusions. Fang Chen's gaze fell on the third scroll. After a long time, he sighed and gently shook his head. The supreme power of the apocalyptic third sword is too tyrannical. I can't comprehend it with my current strength. It would be a waste of time to continue comprehending it. Fang Chen simply gave up and left the sword pavilion. The news of the Sacred Palace's 11th Palace Master was officially born swept across the ancient chaos like a hurricane. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. As the Palace Master, Fang Chen was leading the army to the ancient region. Palace Master Fang, the Jiyu clan's actions against the Sacred Palace have clearly violated the rules of the human race. This battle is between the Sacred Palace and the Jiyu clan. Palace Master Mu Qing said, this time, there are 2 Palace Masters overseeing the Sacred Palace. The remaining 8 of us will go to the ancient region with you. Many thanks. Fang Chen clasped his fists. Although Palace Master Mu Qing said it was a battle between the Sacred Palace and the Jiyu clan, it was actually because of Fang Chen. He turned around and looked at the mighty army. Standing at the front was a good brother who had once fought side by side with him. The 5 hegemons of Jade Mountain, the king of the monster race, the experts of Divine Blood City, Qing Hu and Barbarian had all come. Barbarian had now become the new domain master of the Barbarian domain with the help of his master. Qing Hu, on the other hand, had relied on his strong potential in the Tao of puppetry to make continuous breakthroughs and become a renowned puppeteer grandmaster in the ancient chaos. This battle is a battle to the death. Fang Chen looked at everyone and said, the Jiyu clan has been in the ancient chaos for countless years. Its foundation is so deep that even the Sacred Palace does not dare to act rashly. I can imagine that this battle will be a fierce one. Once it's over, some of us will definitely die. So, after a pause, Fang Chen continued, I won't force you. If you want to withdraw, it's not too late. Once they reached the ancient domain, there would be no chance. We'll advance and retreat with you, boss, the little mouse roared. Avenge little she. The monster race will not retreat, the pure-blooded beast cub said coldly. He represented the monster race of the monster race. Behind him, the 3 monster lords of the monster race were filled with murderous intent. They could not wait to fight. We're brothers. Even if we die, we'll die together. The barbarian held a huge axe, while Qing Hu was playing with a thumb-sized puppet in his palm. Their attitudes made everything clear. Our Divine Blood City will not tolerate the Jiyu clan's invasion. The City Lord's revenge is our revenge. In this battle, our Divine Blood City will fight with our last breath. Roars shook the sky in the Sacred Palace Square. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen bit his lip and nodded heavily. Let's go. The wormhole opened, and Fang Chen took the lead to enter. The others followed in a single file. Ancient domain, Jiyu clan's residence in a courtyard, the atmosphere was very solemn. The many experts of the Jiyu clan, led by Jiyu Ku, sat on stone benches, not saying a word. After a long time, someone broke the silence. After Fang Chen returned from the Sacred Island, he gathered his forces. Not long ago, we received news that they entered the wormhole. They should be in the ancient domain by now, the quasi-emperor in red said. Divine Blood City and the monster race of the monster race of the monster race are just a mob. They pose no real threat to our Jiyu clan, the quasi-emperor in red said. What we need to pay attention to are the quasi-emperors. So far, the Jiyu clan had received news that the Sacred Palace's 8 quasi-emperors, Fang Chen, and the Star Emperor had come to suppress the Jiyu clan. These were the strongest experts of the Sacred Palace's camp. You've overlooked one person, Jiyu Ku said. Everyone's gazes fell on him in unison. The monster race's king, Jiyu Ku said. He's just a newly ascended quasi-emperor. There's nothing to be afraid of, the quasi-emperor in red said. You've forgotten that he has a pureblood bloodline. He's the only pureblood descendant in the Age of Chaos, Jiu said coldly. So what? Since they dare to suppress our Jiu clan, they must all die. The quasi-emperor in red waved his hand and said in an imposing manner, this battle is an important battle for our Jiu clan to unify the ancient chaos. Since they've come, we'll kill them all. Jiu stood up and looked up at the dark sky. Have you prepared the things I asked you to prepare? Don't worry, the Great Array has been set up. It can be activated at any time, the quasi-emperor in red said. Jiu stood with his hands behind his back and turned to look at the others. The Jiu clan cannot be humiliated. Let's go all out in this battle. Our Jiu clan can bear all the consequences, Jiu said. Everyone was puzzled. Jiu added, not long ago, ancestor Jiu Feng woke up, but he's trapped in a dangerous place in the Godsfall battlefield. He sent me a message, saying that it won't be long before he comes out of the dangerous place and returns to the Jiu clan. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Is that true? If ancestor Jiu Feng returns, our Jiu clan will definitely unify the world. After the initial shock, everyone was pleasantly surprised. Buzz. Dark clouds gathered in the sky and thunder rumbled. Crack. Thick bolts of lightning swooped down and bombarded the ancient region. The void tore open and everyone slowly walked out of the wormhole. A majestic aura swept through the ancient region. Everyone felt an unprecedented pressure. On this day, dark clouds covered the sky above the ancient region. The quasi-emperors had arrived. Chapter 3355. Outside the Jiu clan city, on the barren land, a black mass of figures suddenly appeared. The person in the lead was Fang Chen, whose name shook the ancient chaos. Beside him, Star Emperor, Reincarnation Sword Emperor and the others stood side by side. An earth-shattering violent aura swept over, causing all the martial artists in the ancient region to feel their hearts palpitate. Their bodies involuntarily trembled as they prostrated themselves on the ground, their primordial spirits trembling. They're here. Jiu stood with his hands behind his back, leading the Jiu clan's upper echelons to stand on the city wall and look into the distance. In the distant horizon, dust billowed as a majestic aura swept over. We didn't manage to kill this guy last time. This time, we'll make sure he doesn't return, red-robed quasi-emperor said fiercely. Fang Chen's potential was too great. Moreover, the sacred palace had obviously nurtured him as the leader of the human race. They would definitely use all their resources to help him cultivate. If he was given enough time to grow, he would definitely pose a great threat to the Jiu clan. Thinking of this, the Jiu clan's people looked at each other, their eyes filled with killing intent. Rumble. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. As they approached the Jiu clan's city, Fang Chen waved his hand, indicating for the army to stop. May I know why you've come to the ancient region? Jiu was the first to speak. Fang Chen snorted coldly. I've said that I'll definitely avenge my daughter. You've gone too far. Jiu frowned. Your daughter was clearly captured by the world devastator demon emperor, but now you're blaming the Jiu clan? Do you really think that the Jiu clan is a pushover that you can bully? My daughter was only in love with a younger generation member of the Jiu clan, but she was forcefully captured by you. At that time, the Jiu clan promised me that you wouldn't harm a single hair on my daughter's head. But what happened in the end? Fang Chen questioned. You watched as the world devastator demon emperor took my daughter away, but you didn't do anything. Even when Palace Master Mu Qing and the others were preparing to head to the demon domain to support me, it was the Jiu clan's experts who stopped them. The grudge between Fang Chen and the Jiu clan was too deep. It was impossible to explain it in a few words. Palace Head Wood Green. Jiu no longer paid any attention to Fang Chen. Instead, he looked at Palace Master Wood Green and asked, Is this the intention of your sacred palace? Fang Chen is the 11th Palace Lord of the Sacred Palace. He can represent the Sacred Palace. Palace Master Wood Green's intentions were clear. The Sacred Palace was the one who had sent the army to the ancient region. So the Sacred Palace is determined to wage war with my Jiu clan? Jiu shrugged his shoulders and sneered, Don't forget that the sacred palace is the core of the human race and bears the heavy responsibility of reviving the human race. However, you've come to encircle my Jiyu clan in the name of the sacred palace? Old bastard, you're really shameless. Your Jiyu clan has to bear the main responsibility for Little She's current state. Let's cut the crap. Will your Jiyu clan members commit suicide, or do you want us to destroy your Jiyu clan by force? Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out. The gazes of the Jiyu family members fell upon the pure-blooded beast cub. Tempage, where did this wild demon come from? How dare you spout nonsense in front of my Jiyu clan? As he spoke, the red-robed quasi-emperor's figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of the pure-blooded beast cub. Die! He stretched out his large hand and executed the Jiyu clan's secret technique, slamming his palm toward the pure-blooded beast cub. Boom! The latter stood still and used its physical body to withstand the red-robed quasi-emperor's attack. Bang! When the red-robed quasi-emperor's palm struck the pure-blooded beast cub, he immediately felt a strong resistance. He was shocked and couldn't help but retreat. However, it was too late. The pure-blooded beast cub had already attacked. Bang! Everyone only saw a scarlet phantom before they heard a loud bang. The red-robed quasi-emperor's body crashed heavily onto the city wall. How can this be? The Jiyu clan members were shocked. They looked at the pure-blooded beast cub with a grave expression. The so-called experts of the Jiyu clan are only SOSO. The pure-blooded beast cub patted its clothes and said disdainfully, "Sir, my Jiyu clan has always had close relations with the demon domain. Does the demon domain want to interfere in the battle between my Jiyu clan and the sacred palace?" Jiyu Ku looked at the pure-blooded beast cub and said in a low voice. In his heart, he was also wondering who this fellow was and why he felt so pressured. The Jiyu clan does not have any enmity with the demon race, but there is enmity with me, the pure-blooded beast cub said. Jiyu Ku was about to speak but was interrupted by the three demon lords. It is the new king of the demon race and represents the entire demon race. Hearing this, Jiyu Ku and the others were shocked. They looked at the pure-blooded beast cub in surprise. The red-robed quasi-emperor got up and shook his head with a bitter smile. He had thought that this fellow was just an ordinary demon. Who would have thought that it was the new king of the demon race? Damn it! The Jiyu clan members clenched their fists and felt a little depressed. The opponent that the Jiyu clan was facing this time was too strong. It would be very difficult for them to get through this crisis safely. The Sacred Palace, Divine Blood City, the Demon Race, and the Demon Fang Chen. In short, this was the biggest crisis for the Jiyu clan. Once they got through it, unifying the ancient chaos would no longer be a fantasy. But if they failed, then the Jiyu clan, everyone, act according to the plan. Jiyu Ku said, "I will stop Fang Chen. As for the other quasi-emperors, you guys go and stop them. As for the domain masters, leave them to the death warriors. Fight. Fight to the death. Anyone who dares to challenge the Jiyu clan will be killed without mercy." Rumble. Waves of angry roars came from the Jiyu clan's city. Led by Jiyu Ku, many experts released their powerful auras and rushed toward Fang Chen and the others. Kill. Fang Chen stroked the hidden star sword and licked his dry lips. He said eerily, "For she As his voice fell, he became one with his sword and turned into a long rainbow. He shuttled through the void and rushed toward the Jiyu clan's city. Die. With a flip of his hand, Jiyu Ku blocked Fang Chen. The two of them instantly engaged in an intense battle. Kid, I have to admit that you are the demon with the strongest potential I have ever seen. But today, you will die without a burial place. In the short exchange, Jiyu Ku felt Fang Chen's powerful strength. His heart skipped a beat, which made him even more eager to kill Fang Chen. Fang Chen, I will leave Jiyu Ku to you. Leave the others to us. Palace Master Mu Qing said. He led the Reincarnation Sword Emperor and the others to kill the other quasi-emperors of the Jiyu clan. Buzz. Starlight flickered as a graceful figure charged into the crowd of the Jiyu clan at an unimaginable speed. Poochie. There was a dagger in her hand. Every time she waved the dagger, a person would fall into a pool of blood. Your opponent is me. After killing 5 domain masters, the red-robed quasi-emperor finally arrived and stopped the Star Emperor. "You are the Star Emperor?" The red-robed quasi-emperor said eerily. "I have long heard of the Star Emperor's name. Today, I would like to see if you live up to your name." Boom. The Star Emperor and the red-robed quasi-emperor fought. Not far away, the Reincarnation Sword Emperor used the Reincarnation Sword technique. Continuous sword light blasted out and the quasi-emperors of the Jiyu clan could not resist at all and were forced to retreat. A battle between quasi-emperors caused too much commotion. The entire ancient region was shaken. A battle between domain masters would cause less commotion but more ferocious. Kill them all. The domain masters led by the Divine Blood City and the Demon Clan fell into a frenzy. There were domain masters falling into a pool of blood every moment. At the highest point of the sky, Fang Chen held the hidden star sword and used the 11th move of the invincible sword technique, Dao Luo sword. Buzz. A sword light that contained supreme laws shot out from the hidden star sword. Wherever it passed, the void shattered. It arrived in front of Jiyu Ku at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Jiyu Ku was shocked. He did not expect Fang Chen's comprehension of supreme laws to have reached such a level. Ancient Annihilation Secret Technique. He did not hesitate to use the 6th level of the Ancient Annihilation Secret Technique. Capture. 6 layers of superimposed power gathered together to block the Dao Luo sword. When the two forces collided, there was a shocking explosion. If you had comprehended this move in the previous battle, I might have lost to you. Jiyu Ku sneered. Back then, he used a lot of energy to use the 6th level of the Ancient Annihilation Secret Technique. As for the 7th level, he could only barely use it. However, it was different now. He had mastered the 8th level and could use the 7th level as he wished. Although your sword technique is strong, my Ancient Annihilation Secret Technique has also reached a higher level. Ha ha ha, you are destined to die in my hands today. After saying that, Jiyu Ku used the 7th level of the Ancient Annihilation Secret Technique. The power of 7 layers condensed into a huge ball. It seemed to be able to destroy the world and crushed the Dao Luo sword. Thump, thump, thump. Fang Chen took a few steps back. Although the Dao Luo sword is strong, without the support of the Shui Luo secret technique, it will not be able to threaten Jiyu Ku. Fang Chen muttered. He was confident in his own strength. A mere Jiyu Ku was not enough for him to use his trump card, the Ancient Annihilation Sword. Just as Fang Chen was thinking, he suddenly felt a shocking force coming from below. He looked down instinctively. That is, an army suddenly appeared in front of the Jiyu family city. There were a total of 100 people in the army and they gave off an aura of death. All of them were expressionless and they looked like walking corpses. Boom, boom, boom. After the army appeared, they entered the battlefield of the Domain Masters. Poof! The Domain Master closest to the Jiyu family city was in the middle of an intense battle. He did not manage to dodge in time and was killed by one of the soldiers in the army. One punch. Just one punch had killed an expert of the same level. This scene shocked everyone. They don't have primordial spirits. Someone exclaimed. Men of sacrifice. Palace Master Mu Qing recognized the army. The Jiyu family actually used such evil means to create men of sacrifice. They deserve to die. The Jiyu family is really vicious. Reincarnation Sword Emperor squinted his eyes. With the addition of the men of sacrifice, no one in the Domain Master's battlefield could defeat them. The experts of Divine Blood City and the demon race could not resist at all. It's the men of sacrifice. Fang Chen frowned. The process of creating men of sacrifice at the Domain Master level was very complicated and the price was too high. Most importantly, their methods were too evil. If they were discovered, they would be despised. He did not expect the Jiyu family to have cultivated 100 men of sacrifice over the years. With the addition of the men of sacrifice, there was almost no suspense in the Domain Master's battlefield. Chapter 3356. With the addition of the Death Warrior army, no one in the Domain Lord battlefield could match them. The experts of Divine Blood City and the Yarrow race were unable to resist. It's the Death Warrior army. Fang Chen frowned. The process of creating a Domain Lord level Death Warrior was extremely complicated and the price was too high. Most importantly, their methods were too evil. If they were discovered, they would be despised. Who would have thought that the Jiyu family had managed to create 100 Death Warrior army over the years? With the addition of the Death Warrior army, there was no suspense in the Domain Lord battlefield. Fang Chen clenched his fists, the killing intent in his eyes growing. Death Warriors were different from human cultivators. They didn't have a Yuan spirit and didn't have any intelligence. They were like walking corpses, just puppets. It was extremely difficult to create a Domain Lord level Death Warrior. A single Domain Lord level Death Warrior was already shocking enough. And now, the Jiyu family had taken out an army of 100 at once. The addition of the Death Warrior army changed the situation of the Domain Lord battlefield. Ah! Miserable cries rang out incessantly. Countless cultivators died under the Death Warrior army. The Domain Lord level Death Warriors didn't have any perception and didn't feel any pain. As long as they didn't scatter, they would continue to attack. Achem! In a corner of the Domain Lord battlefield, a barbarian wielded a battle axe. His body released a wild energy as he chopped down at one of the Death Warriors. Capture! After the battle axe hit, a deep mark appeared on the Death Warrior's body. After a slight pause, the Death Warrior attacked again. The barbarian's body was sent flying. Careful! Not far away, Qing Hu saw this scene and shouted. Then, with a tap of his foot, he leaped and arrived in front of the barbarian. Shio! At this moment, the Death Warrior's attack neared the barbarian. Qing Hu didn't panic. He flicked his finger and a bright light shot out. This light contained a strange energy. In the blink of an eye, it hit the Death Warrior. Roar! The men of sacrifice raised their heads and roared. They wanted to destroy the light, but they failed. The light entered the Death Warrior's body at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Crack! In the next second, the menacing men of sacrifice suddenly showed signs of internal damage. Then, the power in their bodies exploded, and their entire bodies started to fester. Voila! A Death Warrior collapsed on the battlefield. This scene attracted the attention of many people. It's Grandmaster Qing Hu. Suddenly, someone recognized Qing Hu and shouted. Qing Hu's attainments in puppetry had already reached an unimaginable level. Although Domain Lord level Death Warriors were very strong, in his eyes, they were full of flaws. Everyone, I have a way to deal with the men of sacrifice, but I need your help. Qing Hu went straight to the point as the situation was urgent. Grandmaster Qing Hu, if you have any instructions, just let me know. At such a crucial moment, as long as the Death Warrior Legion was destroyed, they would be able to lead the battle to victory. Therefore, they agreed to Qing Hu's request without any hesitation. Everyone, please join forces and fight with the Death Warriors. I will take the opportunity to defeat them one by one, Qing Hu said in a deep voice. Boom! After a brief silence on the Domain Lord level battlefield, a violent aura once again erupted. The Death Warrior Legion looked down on everyone. As soon as they appeared, they began a merciless slaughter of the Sacred Palace cultivators. But now, the Domain Lord level experts of Divine Blood City and the demon race were fighting with their lives. Kill! Qing Hu hid in the void and acted according to the situation. Every time he attacked, a Death Warrior would collapse. Bang bang bang! In just a few minutes, more than a dozen Death Warriors had died at the hands of Qing Hu. Kill him for me! The Jiyu clan leader also discovered how terrifying Qing Hu was. His dark eyes stared at Qing Hu, who was shuttling back and forth on the battlefield, and he suddenly pointed his finger and roared. Kill! The many Death Warriors who received the order all closed in on Qing Hu. Get lost! The barbarian stood in front of Qing Hu and waved his battle axe with all his strength. I'll block them. You find an opening, the barbarian said in a low voice. At the same time, the Fire Demon True Monarch and the others from Divine Blood City also blocked Qing Hu in the middle, not allowing the Death Warriors to attack him. Whoosh! With everyone's help, Qing Hu was like a fish in water. He shuttled through the battlefield again and again. As time passed, Death Warriors died under his attacks one after another. Gradually, the situation on the Domain Lord level battlefield changed. More than half of the Jiyu clan's death warriors were dead or injured. The remaining death warriors could no longer withstand the fierce attacks of Divine Blood City and the demon race. In the sky, Fang Chen, who was fighting with Jiyu Ku, smiled when he saw Qing Hu stand out. With Brother Qing Hu here, a mere death warrior legion is nothing to be afraid of. Then, he raised his head and looked at Jiyu Ku. The latter's face was gloomy and ferocious. "It's time to end the battle," Fang Chen said softly. Then, he activated the Shui Luo secret technique. His aura kept rising and so did his cultivation level. When his aura reached the level of a boundary emperor, he slashed out with the hidden star sword in his hand. The 11th move of the invincible sword art. Dao Luo sword. Once again, he used the Dao Luo sword. However, its power was much stronger than before. Catcher. Sword light flashed and slashed at Jiyu Ku. The latter moved his body and used the Ancient Annihilation secret technique. Ancient Annihilation secret technique, level 7. Wang. The power of the 7 stacked layers circulated wildly and wrapped around Jiyu Ku's body, barely blocking Fang Chen's Dao Luo sword. "Mph, I've blocked your strongest sword art. Now, it's my turn to attack." After saying that, Jiyu Ku used the Ancient Annihilation secret technique, level 8. Boom. The 8 layers of power formed 8 rays of light in the sky. The terrifying power continued to stack, causing the entire ancient domain to tremble. "Oh my god, what kind of power is this? It's too strong. This power has already surpassed the level of a boundary emperor." Ancient Annihilation secret technique. This is the Ancient Annihilation secret technique. While everyone was in shock, Jiyu Ku used the Ancient Annihilation secret technique, level 8. "Last time, you blocked my Ancient Annihilation secret technique, level 7. This time, I'd like to see how you block my Ancient Annihilation secret technique, level 8. Jiyu Ku sneered as if the battle had already ended. He waved his hand and the power that surrounded him was like a storm, blasting towards Fang Chen. "The power of 8 layers is really strong." Fang Chen licked his dry lips and said eerily, "However, this move alone is not enough to stop me." The Ancient Annihilation first sword, Annihilation. Suddenly, a peerless sword light swooped down from the sky and split ancient domain into 2. A terrifying sword Dao aura crazily gathered in the peerless sword light. "This is..." Seeing this scene, everyone on the battlefield trembled in fear. The Reincarnation Sword Emperor was stunned. His eyes were filled with surprise. "Ancient Annihilation sword art?" The Reincarnation Sword Emperor murmured. "Poochie." The peerless sword light carried boundless power as it swooped down and violently collided with the Ancient Annihilation secret technique, level 8. Catcher. The Ancient Annihilation secret technique did not have any resistance and instantly collapsed. The terrifying sword chi affected Jiyu Ku and the latter's body flew out like a kite. "Poochie." He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face was pale. He shook his head frantically, unable to accept the scene in front of him. "How can this be? How can he block my Ancient Annihilation secret technique, level 8? After cultivating bitterly for many years, he had finally reached level 8 of the Ancient Annihilation secret technique. Jiyu Ku thought that he was invincible among the boundary emperors. However, he was now easily defeated by Fang Chen. "That sword art just now?" Jiyu Ku's mind flashed with the shocking sword and his primordial spirit trembled. "What sword art is that? Why is it so powerful?" When he saw Fang Chen's sword art, a trace of fear appeared in Jiyu Ku's heart. Damn it. He lowered his head and glanced at the battlefield below. At this moment, the Jiyu family was at a complete disadvantage. The death army that the Jiyu family was so proud of was almost completely wiped out. "I can't accept this." Jiyu Ku shouted crazily as the power in his body was released wildly. "I have said that the Jiyu family will be destroyed today." Fang Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand and stood in the void like a god of war, giving off an extremely shocking visual effect. After hearing Fang Chen's words, Jiyu Ku regained his senses and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. "You want to destroy my Jiyu family? I'm afraid you don't have the ability." Jiyu Ku waved his hand and roared into the sky. You forced me to do this. Suddenly, an extremely powerful force surged out from his palms. Ancient Annihilation Secret Technique, Level 9. Boom boom boom. The Ancient Annihilation Secret Technique was the GU family's strongest secret technique, and it was also a secret technique that the GU family was proud of. Since ancient times, only the ancestors of the GU family had reached Level 9. However, GU Ku had now forcefully displayed Level 9. Buzz. Purple flames surged from his head and his primordial spirit danced above the flames. Traces of blood essence were injected into the flames, causing the flames to shine even brighter. Burning blood essence to activate Level 9 of the Ancient Annihilation Secret Technique? Fang Chen muttered. Fang Chen, be careful. The Reincarnation Sword Emperor was the first to react. He shouted loudly to remind Fang Chen. Retreat quickly. Palace Master Wood Green and the others kept retreating. The battle below stopped instantly and everyone was frantically retreating. This was because they could feel the terrifying power of Level 9 of the Ancient Annihilation Secret Technique. Not good, GU Ku is forcefully displaying Level 9 of the Ancient Annihilation Secret Technique. The power of Level 9 is too strong. If he is not careful, he will be doomed eternally. He might even destroy the entire ancient region. Fang Chen's strength has exceeded our expectations. Our GU family has no other choice now. Many experts of the GU family looked at GU Ku anxiously. At this moment, the latter's strength had soared to the extreme. Emperor Realm? Fang Chen felt an unprecedented pressure. Level 9 of the Ancient Annihilation Secret Technique was comparable to an Emperor Realm Dominator. Fang Chen, I want you to die. GU Ku was also severely injured after forcefully displaying Level 9 of the Ancient Annihilation Secret Technique. Burning his blood essence and soul path power had also damaged his internal organs. Even if he did not die, he would need a long time to recover. Chapter 3357. In the sky, the 9 suns were extremely dazzling. Each sun contained a scorching power, and there was a golden line in the sky that was faintly discernible. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the golden line was ingeniously connecting the 9 suns together. Wang. GU Ku raised his hands, and a vast power surged from his sleeves. The 9 suns floated in the sky, forming a complicated pattern. His hands held the pattern. 9 layers superimposed, invincible. When his hands came into contact with the golden threads, the 9 suns began to spin rapidly. They revolved around his hands, forming a terrifying spatial storm. Rip! The spatial storm was filled with scorching flames that seemed to be able to burn the sky. It was frightening. That is, Fang Chen raised his eyebrows. He saw the supreme power of the rules in the scorching flames. Ancient Annihilation Secret Skill, Stellar Transposition. When the sky was burned by the flames and a crack appeared, GU Ku roared again. He stomped his feet, and his entire body was surrounded by a spatial storm as he charged towards Fang Chen. Rumble. Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, Fang Chen and GU Ku disappeared into the sky. That is, Palace Master Wood Green and the others were the first to react. Virtual battlefield. They have entered the virtual battlefield. Reincarnation Sword Emperor muttered, his face a little gloomy. The virtual battlefield was the true chaotic void, where the spatial turbulence was. Fighting in such a dangerous place, once one was injured, there was a high chance of death. Can Fang Chen withstand it? That was the 9th layer of the Ancient Annihilation Secret Skill, and its power was unprecedented. Even Palace Master Wood Green and the others did not dare to face it head-on. But it was useless to think about it now. They could only pray that Fang Chen could withstand the 9 layers superimposed power of the Ancient Annihilation Secret Skill. The City Lord will definitely defeat GU Ku. Everyone in Divine Blood City was confident in Fang Chen. This is the most critical moment. We must not let anyone disturb the City Lord, Fire Demon True Lord said. Kill everyone from the GU family and welcome the City Lord's victory, True Lord Water True Lord said. As soon as he finished speaking, the strong cultivators of Divine Blood City released a powerful energy. They attacked at lightning speed. Kill. The Fire Demon True Lord took the lead and punched out. Scorching flames burned the sky and enveloped the body of the Gu clan's domain lord who was closest to him. Scram! The domain master of the Gu family struggled with all his might, roaring in anger. Hiss hiss hiss. However, at that moment, a pillar of water descended from the sky and merged with the scorching flames. It formed a terrifying storm that minced his primordial spirit into pieces. Crack! The area master of the Gu clan was unable to resist at all and was instantly killed. Ha ha ha, it's been so many years, but you're still so familiar with each other. True Monarch Fire Demon turned to look at True Monarch Water and laughed. Continue. Perfected Lord Fire Demon and Perfected Lord Water Source joined forces and started a massacre. The two completely different energies merged and formed a terrifying storm. No one below Quasi-Emperor could match it. In the blink of an eye, several domain lords had died. This scene attracted the attention of the Quasi-Emperors of the Gu clan. Kill them. The Quasi-Emperor in red punched out and forced his opponent to retreat. Then, his figure flashed and appeared in front of Perfected Lord Fire Demon at lightning speed. Die for me. The Quasi-Emperor in red used his strongest attack, wanting to kill Perfected Lord Fire Demon as quickly as possible. However, at that moment, a blood-red light appeared. Whoosh! The blood-red light soared into the sky and formed a blood-red armor in front of Perfected Lord Fire Demon. It easily blocked the Quasi-Emperor in red's attack. Old thing, I'm your opponent. A disdainful voice was heard. Then, a storm of attacks erupted from the pureblood beast cub's hands. Damn it! The Quasi-Emperor in red was furious and immediately engaged in a fierce battle with the pureblood beast cub. Buzz! The pure-blooded beast cub's robes fluttered as an extremely terrifying bloodline power emanated from it. Everyone's heads were trembling. This was the pressure from the bloodline. Many of the Gu clan's experts were trembling. Poochie. Taking advantage of the moment when the Quasi-Emperor in red was distracted, the pureblood beast cub attacked and activated the sky-piercing stone pillar to strike the Quasi-Emperor in red. Catcher. The Quasi-Emperor in red's body exploded and his primordial spirit quickly escaped. Die! The pureblood beast cub flicked its finger and a stream of scarlet blood shot out. It shot into the Quasi-Emperor's primordial spirit light ball at lightning speed. Ah! Miserable screams rang out incessantly. The Quasi-Emperor in red's primordial spirit instantly shattered. A mere primordial spirit wants to resist my pureblood bloodline? The pureblood beast cub sneered. At the same time that the Quasi-Emperor in red died, the other Quasi-Emperors of the Gu clan were also severely injured. Star Emperor. Somewhere in the Quasi-Emperor battlefield, a miserable cry resounded through the sky. Poochie. Starlight flickered and a star from the 9 heavens fell and exploded beside the Quasi-Emperor of the Gu clan. The latter tried his best but still couldn't resist the power of the star's explosion. Whoosh! The Star Emperor waved her white palm and used her ultimate technique, the Heavenly Star Hand. Tens of thousands of palms suddenly appeared in the void. Every palm had a twinkling star in it. Die! There wasn't a trace of pity on the Star Emperor's face, only anger. Bang! Thousands of palms all landed on the Quasi-Emperor of the Gu clan. The latter didn't even have time to send out a distress signal before he was completely killed. In addition, the Samsara Sword Emperor and the others also displayed the powerful means of the veteran Quasi-Emperors and defeated their opponents one after another. In an instant, the Gu clan fell into a state of utter defeat. More than half of their Quasi-Emperors fell and were almost wiped out. On the battlefield of those below the Quasi-Emperor level, the Gu clan was even more powerless to fight back. The cooperation of Qing Hu and the barbarians, as well as the experts of Divine Blood City, was a force that made the entire ancient chaos tremble. When they joined forces, they looked down on everyone. 15 minutes later, the battle finally came to an end. The Gu clan experts suffered heavy casualties and only a few Quasi-Emperors survived and escaped into the Gu clan city. Buzz! Around the Gu clan city, the aura of a ray soared into the sky. A powerful array instantly appeared and completely shrouded the Gu clan city. Seeing this scene, the sacred palace side did not pursue. Everyone's eyes were on the void battlefield in the sky. I wonder how Fang Chen is doing. It's been 15 minutes and he hasn't come out yet. The Samsara Sword Emperor frowned. Beside him, the Star Emperor was extremely anxious. In the Jiyu clan city, the surviving quasi-emperors were at a loss. It's over, the Jiyu clan is completely finished. He shook his head frantically, unwilling to accept reality. No, ancestor Jiyu Feng has not appeared yet. As long as he returns, the Jiyu clan will have hope. Although the Jiyu clan seemed to be in a desperate situation, everyone was waiting. As long as their strongest battle force, Jiyu Ku, was still alive and killed Fang Chen, then they would win this battle. We must kill him. In the Jiyu clan city, everyone was praying. At this moment, in the void battlefield, Fang Chen was surrounded by nothingness. Even the supreme power of laws seemed very chaotic, with spatial turbulence appearing from time to time. A terrifying black hole was crazily devouring the power in the void battlefield. Buzz. After a short tremor, the void battlefield gradually calmed down. Smoke filled the air, proving that a fierce battle had occurred not long ago. In the thick smoke, a figure stood tall and straight. Beside him, there was a long sword stabbed into the ground. Sword Chi soared into the sky like a dragon. There was a look of fatigue on his face. His eyes were like a shuttle as he looked forward. Not far away, Jiyu Ku was lying on the ground in a sorry state. His bones were shattered, his internal organs were damaged, and his primordial spirit was broken. His vitality was gradually fading. He lifted his head with great difficulty. His scarlet eyes stared fixedly at Fang Chen. How is this possible? He was filled with unwillingness. The 9th level of the ancient extermination secret technique was displayed, and his attack power was comparable to that of an emperor realm sovereign. However, in the void battlefield, he was defeated by Fang Chen with a single sword strike. That sword, in his mind, he recalled the shocking sword strike that Fang Chen had displayed. It was incomparably shocking. Poochie. His throat moved, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was even paler. As expected of the ancient extermination secret technique. The power of 9 layers is really strong. Looking at the wound on his arm, Fang Chen could not help but sigh. If not for the ancient extermination second sword, the one who would have died would have been me. Fang Chen muttered. It was difficult to block the power of 9 layers with just the ancient extermination first sword. After arriving at the void battlefield, he immediately displayed the ancient extermination second sword. Just one sword had consumed 70% of his strength. This sword had not only blocked the power of the 9th level of the ancient extermination secret technique, but it had also severely injured Jiyu Ku. Fang Chen pulled out the hidden star sword from the ground and walked towards Jiyu Ku. The latter suddenly laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, I never thought that I, Jiyu Ku, would end up like this. Then, he changed the topic. Humph, do you think that you can destroy my Jiyu family just because you defeated me? Jiyu Ku went crazy. My Jiyu family's foundation is not something you can imagine. You will definitely die if you dare to destroy my Jiyu family. Fang Chen shrugged. Jiyu Ku was still stubborn even at this stage. Don't worry. After I kill you, I will destroy the Jiyu family with my own hands. Fang Chen said. When he thought of how his daughter's strength had been absorbed by the flame demon's heart, he hated the Jiyu family. Swoosh. Just as Fang Chen was thinking, Jiyu Ku's body suddenly flickered. He burned his blood essence and escaped from the void battlefield. Trying to leave. Seeing this, the corner of Fang Chen's lips curled up. He coldly laughed and chased after him. Outside the Jiyu family's city, Palace Master Mu Qing and the others were waiting for the result of the battle. Suddenly, the illusory battlefield collapsed, and a figure shot out from it. That is Jiyu Ku. Palace Master Mu Qing and the others exclaimed, and their faces darkened. Where is Fang Chen? Reincarnation Sword Emperor asked in a low voice. The mood of Star Emperor and the others instantly turned gloomy. In the Jiyu family's city, everyone was cheering. Ha ha ha, Lord Jiyu Ku has won. My Jiyu family has turned the situation around. Jiyu Ku was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he was above the Jiyu family's city. Quick, Open the array and let Lord Jiyu-ku in. The Jiyu family experts shouted. No, Brother Chen will be fine. Star Emperor shook his head, his eyes red. Look. Jiyu-ku seems to be escaping. Ancestor of the Void battlefield suddenly exclaimed. Everyone's gaze turned towards Jiyu-ku in unison. Only now did they clearly see that the latter's entire body was covered in blood. His aura was weak and his life force was dissipating. Could it be? A bold idea appeared in everyone's mind. At this moment. Chapter 3358. The demonic sword light emitted the power of an emperor-level sovereign. As the sword slashed down, it was as if it could topple mountains and overturn seas, instantly slicing through the void. At this moment, the Jiyu clan's great city barrier array had already opened up a gap, ready to let Jiyu-ku in. However, this sudden change completely destroyed the last glimmer of hope in the hearts of the Jiyu clan members. Not good, quickly close the array. Within the Jiyu clan's city, all the cultivators could feel how terrifying the sword light that descended from the sky was. They roared in the depths of their hearts. The surviving boundary emperor roared crazily. At the same time, he controlled the array, wanting to close it immediately. Lord Jiyu-ku, quickly come in. At this moment, Jiyu-ku's body was covered in blood. His face was pale and his body was on the verge of collapsing. He was only a step away from the great city barrier array. No, I can't die. Jiyu-ku's head was a little dizzy. However, he endured the injuries on his body and burned his blood essence. His speed suddenly soared. Swoosh. In a flash, Jiyu-ku's body disappeared into the Jiyu clan's city. At the same time, the great city barrier array was instantly closed. A terrifying array aura filled the air, forming an extremely powerful defense. Boom boom boom. The gazes of Palace Master Mu Qing and the others were completely attracted by the giant sword that descended from the sky. They saw that the giant sword carried an unparalleled sword aura as it slashed down on the great city barrier array above the Jiyu clan city. It's useless. The great city barrier array of the Jiyu clan was personally created by our ancestor. It can withstand an attack from an emperor-level sovereign. A mere boundary realm cultivator can forget about breaking it. The boundary emperor of the Jiyu clan supported the severely injured Jiyu-ku. Cold killing intent shot out from his eyes as he spoke eerily. Boom. The giant sword slashed down on the great city barrier array, causing the latter to shake violently. However, in just a moment, the giant sword completely dissipated and the great city barrier array returned to normal. It had been blocked. Many of the cultivators in the Jiyu clan city revealed excited smiles. The great city barrier array had blocked Fang Chen's attack. This also meant that the Jiyu clan had escaped a calamity. Humph, so what if you have defeated Lord Jiyu-ku? How can you imagine the power of the Jiyu clan? Just you wait. The Jiyu clan will definitely take revenge. Many people in the city said indignantly. Activate the altar. Jiyu-ku opened his mouth with great difficulty and said a single sentence. Lord Jiyu-ku. The surrounding people were very puzzled. The great city barrier array had already blocked the attack of the giant sword, so why did they still need to activate the altar? Our Jiyu clan has already stabilized the situation. Although Lord Jiyu-ku has been defeated, it is impossible for them to destroy our sacred palace, the surviving quasi-emperor said. Once the altar is activated, my Jiyu family, there's no time. Jiyu-ku roared as he grabbed the collar of this quasi-emperor and spoke with a ferocious expression. In his mind, Fang Chen's shocking sword move appeared. He's too strong. Unless the ancestor personally comes, no one can stop him. It was because he had personally experienced the tyrannical power of Fang Chen's apocalyptic second sword that he requested to activate the altar. This was because he knew that just relying on the great city barrier array was not the slightest bit safe. Once the great city protecting formation was broken, his Jiyu clan would definitely perish. Wang. The Jiyu clan experts used their blood to activate the altar. In the center of the city, there was a black altar. At this time, there were countless drops of blood on the altar. These drops of blood contained the purest Jiyu clan bloodline. Lord Jiyu-ku, the altar has been activated. Someone quickly ran over to report. Hearing this, Jiyu Ku heaved a sigh of relief. There was a trace of blood on his dry lips. For the next time, do your best to stop the Sacred Palace's counterattack, Jiyu Ku ordered. In the sky, after the giant sword dissipated, a figure slowly appeared. It's Fang Chen. The reincarnation sword emperor was the first to see Fang Chen. He shouted loudly. The many palace masters of the Sacred Palace, including Palace Master Mu Qing, also revealed excited smiles on their faces. I knew that Brother Chen would be fine. Star Emperor's face was filled with joy. My good brother. Barbarian and Qing, who were extremely excited. At this time, Fang Chen stepped on the void, like a god of war, and slowly walked toward the Jiyu clan city. The moment they saw Fang Chen, everyone already knew the result of the virtual battlefield. Their hearts were in turmoil. They did not expect Fang Chen to be able to defeat Jiyu Ku so easily. Are you really going to kill all of us? Jiyu Ku raised his head and said in a hoarse voice. Fang Chen was expressionless. He said coldly, when you attacked my daughter, you should have been prepared to be destroyed. He flung his sleeve, and the hidden star sword let out a loud sword cry and instantly appeared in his hand. Humph, although you are strong, it is impossible to break the great city protecting formation, Jiyu Ku said coldly. If the Jiyu clan is not destroyed today, I will kill you in the future. Swoosh. Fang Chen did not waste any time and slashed out with his sword. It looked like a simple sword, but it contained the supreme power of the rules. Rip. Wherever the sword light passed, the void was torn apart, and a spatial storm appeared. In a flash, the dazzling sword light appeared in front of the great city protecting formation. Boom. Apocalyptic first sword, annihilation. The sword light ruthlessly slashed on the great city protecting formation. The formation shook, and its energy was greatly depleted. However, it still managed to block Fang Chen's attack in the end. Ha ha ha, bastard, wait for the revenge of the Jiyu clan, the surviving quasi-emperor said angrily. Swoosh. Fang Chen consecutively performed the apocalyptic first sword. Monstrous sword chi condensed into rays of sword light, forming thousands of giant swords in the void. The thousands of swords attacked the great city protecting formation in unison. Rumble. A deafening sound resounded in the sky. Countless giant swords collided with the great city protecting formation, constantly depleting the formation's energy. However, they were unable to break it. After a long while, Fang Chen finally stopped attacking. Jiyu Ku's face was solemn. He turned his head and looked at the altar. The blood was gradually disappearing, and the light on the altar was gradually brightening. He raised his head and glared fiercely at Fang Chen. If I'm not wrong, with your strength, you won't be able to perform the ultimate sword continuously, Jiyu Ku said gloomily. Without that ultimate sword, you won't be able to break the great city protecting formation. Indeed, with Fang Chen's current strength, it was easy for him to perform the apocalyptic first sword. However, the apocalyptic second sword consumed a lot of energy. Even Fang Chen would find it difficult to perform it. What should we do? Below, Palace Master Wood Green and the others looked at each other. Who would have thought that the Jiyu clan would have such a powerful formation? Fang Chen should have a way. The reincarnation sword emperor muttered. He just attacked the great city protecting formation consecutively. He should be depleting its energy and instantly accumulating his own strength. Indeed, as soon as the reincarnation sword emperor finished speaking, Fang Chen's voice sounded in the sky. Jiyu Ku, are you still dreaming that your Jiyu clan can survive at this time? Fang Chen sneered. You were lucky to escape from the virtual battlefield. Now, I can't think of anyone who can save your Jiyu clan. As he spoke, Fang Chen raised the hidden star sword. An extremely terrifying sword Dao aura instantly erupted and swept across the entire sky. If I'm not wrong, the great city protecting formation of your Jiyu clan should have been depleted by at least 30% in the process of my attack, right? Hearing Fang Chen's words, Jiyu Ku's heart tightened. The previous sword did not kill you. Now, I want to know, how are you going to block my sword? Boom. Boom. The apocalyptic second sword, Chaos. A terrifying sword chi burst forth violently. Fang Chen's figure instantly shot out. He became one with his sword and space became chaotic. The incomparably tyrannical sword light slammed into the great city barrier array. Seeing this scene, Ji Ku turned pale with fright. Retreat quickly. Ji Ku cried out involuntarily. His face was pale as he kept retreating. However, it was too late. The apocalyptic second sword had already hit the great city protecting formation. Hiss. Hiss. The great city protecting formation's energy was directly depleted in a short second. In front of everyone's dumbfounded eyes, the hidden star sword easily cut through the great city protecting formation's defense like cutting vegetables. Catcher. The great city protecting formation suddenly shattered. Monstrous sword chi swept across the Jiyu clan's city. The power of the apocalyptic second sword did not weaken. The hidden star sword continued to press down and the entire city was cut in half. Miserable screams were incessant. Countless Jiyu clan martial artists died tragically under the hidden star sword. Blood mist filled the air. The Jiyu clan was in a desperate situation. No. Ji Ku desperately tried to escape, but it was useless. Fang Chen's divine sense had already locked onto him. Sword chi swept across and his primordial spirit was directly shattered. He completely died. Lord Ji Ku. The surviving quasi-emperor roared in anger. However, Fang Chen was expressionless. He continued to activate the hidden star sword to slaughter the Jiyu clan. Outside the city, Palace Master Mu Qing and the others shook their heads. They couldn't help but be speechless. Only Fang Chen was capable of suppressing an entire clan by himself. The number one person in the Archean era is well deserved, Palace Master Mu Qing said. When they first came into contact with Fang Chen, the latter was at most the number one in the Archean era. In just a few years, the latter had become the number one person in the Archean era. The apocalyptic three swords. The Samsara Sword Emperor clenched his fists. As a sword cultivator, the apocalyptic three swords were too attractive to him. The power is too strong. Facing the despair of the Jiyu clan, no one felt sympathy. The Jiyu clan's actions angered both men and gods. They deserved to be destroyed. Starlight flickered on the Star Emperor's body. His small white hands were clenched into fists as he called out Fang Shi's name. The battle had come to an end. It was only a matter of time before the Jiyu clan was destroyed. Everyone's eyes were gathered on Fang Chen. At this time, he was like a god of death, mercilessly slaughtering. Boom. At this moment, a very strong fluctuation came from the Jiyu clan's ancestral land. Then, a rainbow of light soared into the sky. In that rainbow of light, there was a cold figure. Swoosh. As soon as this figure appeared, it caused a strange phenomenon. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. This person spread out his hands and suddenly grasped the lightning and thunder in the sky. Boom. He suddenly punched out. Lightning and thunder intertwined and blocked the slaughter of the hidden star sword. You shouldn't have done this. A cold voice sounded. In the fog, everyone saw the face of the person who came. Chapter 33:59. Jiyu Ku had fallen, and the Jiyu family's city had been split in half. This was the greatest crisis and the greatest provocation the Jiyu family had ever faced since its establishment. There had never been such a situation before, and no one had been able to force the Jiyu family to such an extent. In the mist, Jiyu Tianhua was surrounded by a terrifying aura. He looked coldly at Fang Chen. You shouldn't have done this. Jiyu Tianhua's voice contained the sound of the Tao. Some of the weaker martial artists felt dizzy, and their bodies trembled. Jiyu Tianhua, has he broken through? The reincarnation Sword Emperor's expression changed. Strictly speaking, the grudge between Fang Chen and the Jiyu family was because of Jiyu Tianhua. Haha, Fang Chen laughed eerily. If I hadn't trusted the Jiyu family back then, would my daughter have ended up like this? Now you're telling me that I shouldn't have done this. Then tell me, what should I do? Fang Chen did not give Jiyu Tianhua any face. Although he had met the latter once and had a good chat with him, and even sparred with him, he would not back down when it came to his daughter. Catcher. Jiyu Tianhua exerted a little force, and the giant sword in his hand instantly shattered. The terrifying sword qi in the Jiyu family's city instantly dissipated. He lowered his head to take a look. What he saw was the battered city of the Jiyu clan, as well as the mountains of corpses. These were all his Jiyu family's people. Gradually, he clenched his fists, and his heart was filled with killing intent. Boundary Emperor. So many Boundary Emperor experts, but only one survived. This was a fact that he could not accept. You want to destroy the Jiyu family? Suddenly, Jiyu Tianhua raised his head. You can't stop me, Fang Chen said directly. He could sense that Jiyu Tianhua's aura had already reached the quasi-emperor realm. Buzz. Jiyu Tianhua laughed coldly and clenched his fists. With a boom, an extremely terrifying power erupted from his body. This power could destroy the heavens and earth, as if it wanted to tear the entire sky apart. Originally, I thought highly of you and was even willing to befriend you. However, the Jiyu family is my root. If you touch the Jiyu family, you will be my enemy. Jiyu Tianhua flipped his palm, and his bones crackled. Let me see what capabilities you have to exterminate my Jiyu family. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiyu Tianhua leaped and disappeared into the sky. Seeing this, Fang Chen followed closely behind. Virtual battlefield? Palace Master Wood Green and the others were relatively calm. After all, even Jiyu Ku, who had used the 9th level of the ancient extermination secret skill, was killed by Fang Chen. How could a mere Jiyu Tianhua defeat Jiyu Ku? In the virtual battlefield, Jiyu Tianhua's robe fluttered even though there was no wind. His hands continuously struck out as he unleashed the ancient annihilation secret skill. 1 floor, 2 floors, 3 floors. Although Jiyu Tianhua had not participated in the battle earlier, he knew how terrifying Fang Chen was. Hence, he immediately unleashed the ancient annihilation mystic skill's 9-layered superposition power. Apocalyptic First Sword. In the face of the overwhelming superposition power, Fang Chen displayed the apocalyptic first sword. Previously, using the apocalyptic second sword consumed too much energy, so it would be difficult for him to use it again in a short period of time. However, he was able to easily execute the first strike. Swoosh. Sword chi swept out, tearing the void apart. The apocalyptic first sword was like an ancient existence that pierced through the heavens and earth, turning into a ray of light that shot towards Jiyu Tianhua. Crack. When the two collided, there was an instant explosion. Terrifying shockwaves quickly spread out and swept across the entire virtual battlefield. Your ancient annihilation secret skill is far inferior to Jiyu Ku's, Fang Chen said. As expected. Jiyu Tianhua stabilized his body, his pitch-black eyes stared at Fang Chen. He had already guessed that he would not be able to defeat Jiyu Ku with the ancient annihilation secret skill. Buzz. He pressed his palm down, and a vast soul Dao energy burst out from his mind. No one below the Emperor realm can block this move of mine. As he spoke, a soul Dao spear had already formed in front of Jiyu Tianhua. There were specks of starlight flickering in the spear. This was the soul Dao inheritance that he had obtained from the ancestral land. Soul extermination. Jiyu Tianhua let out a furious roar. He stomped his foot and his entire body swiftly shot forward. Below him, a soul Dao long spear also shot out rapidly. Fang Chen licked his dry lips and grinned. Soul Dao attack. He had to admit that Jiyu Tianhua was very strong. He had just stepped into the quasi-emperor realm and already possessed the power of the emperor realm. However, he was the least afraid of soul Dao attacks. Buzz. Thinking of this, Fang Chen's corporeal realm Yuan spirit left his body. Endless soul Dao power crazily surged. The tremor that came from the depths of his Yuan spirit made Jiyu Tianhua's body freeze. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He frantically shook his head, unable to accept the reality before his eyes. It was already unbelievable that a boundary realm Yuan spirit could be compared to an unrivaled quasi-emperor. Now, his Yuan spirit had reached the terrifying corporeal realm. It must be a soul Dao supreme treasure that increased his soul Dao aura. Jiyu Tianhua quickly thought. At the same time, he increased his strength and stabbed the soul Dao spear at Fang Chen. Rip. However, The next scene made Jiyu Tianhua tremble even more. When the Soul Dao spear that Jiyu Tianhua was so proud of arrived in front of Fang Chen, it stopped when it was only an inch away. No, to be exact, it was imprisoned. This time, Jiyu Tianhua was completely dumbfounded. No. He realized that something was wrong and quickly retreated. Unfortunately, it was too late. Fang Chen's terrifying corporeal realm Soul Dao power directly shattered his Soul Dao spear. At the same time, it swept through the virtual battlefield and attacked his Yuan spirit. Bang! Jiyu Tianhua could not dodge and was hit by Fang Chen's Soul Dao power. His Yuan spirit was severely injured and his body was sent flying. Poochie! He spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale as he stared at Fang Chen. I told you, you can't stop me. Fang Chen walked toward Jiyu Tianhua. Outside the virtual battlefield, everyone was anxiously waiting for the result of the battle. Although Jiyu Tianhua has boundless potential, Fang Chen should be able to deal with him. With the strength that Fang Chen has shown, unless a sovereign emperor personally comes, no one can defeat him. The Jiyu family is finished. Everyone was discussing. On the other hand, the remaining Jiyu family members in the city were expressionless. Is it over? Their hearts were filled with despair and they gave up on escaping. Boom! Boom! At this moment, the altar that had been activated earlier suddenly trembled. Then, all the blood of the Jiyu family surrounding the altar was sucked into the altar. Buzz! A terrifying aura was emitted from the altar. Crack! A crack appeared on the altar, and a terrifying giant hand shot out from it, grabbing at the virtual battlefield. Open! A thunderous voice came from the altar. In the next second, the terrifying hand shattered the barrier of the virtual battlefield and landed on Jiyu Tianhua's body. Rip! The terrifying hand grabbed Jiyu Tianhua and was about to retreat. Trying to leave, Fang Chen slashed out with his sword. A void vortex directly entangled the terrifying hand. Crack! However, the terrifying hand only shook slightly and broke free from the void vortex. At the same time, it flicked its finger and a terrifying finger light shot toward Fang Chen. Poochie! Although Fang Chen was dodging, he was still hit by the terrifying finger light. His defense instantly shattered, and a thumb-sized bloody hole appeared on his arm. You destroyed my Jiyu family and destroyed my foundation. This hatred is irreconcilable. The terrifying hand returned to the altar in an instant, and Jiyu Tianhua disappeared as well. A piercingly cold voice rang out once again. His voice contained an extremely terrifying killing intent. A sovereign emperor? Fang Chen frowned and did not make a move. Because he knew that even if he destroyed the altar, he would not be able to kill Jiyu Tianhua. Below, Palace Master Wood Green and the others were shocked. Jiyu Feng? Had the ancestor of the Jiyu family really recovered? That was a true sovereign emperor. Once he returned, the entire primordial chaos would be plunged into misery and suffering. No, he seems to be unable to return. The reincarnation sword emperor suppressed the shock in his heart and pondered. It should be that altar that awakened him, but for various reasons, he could not return and could only take Jiyu Tianhua away through the altar. The reincarnation sword emperor guessed. In the sky, Fang Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand and faced the altar. I did not expect such a monstrous genius to appear in the human race during my years of slumber. The voice of the Jiyu family ancestor sounded again from the altar. With your strength, you are invincible among quasi-emperors. It will not be long before you come to the God's Fall battlefield. I will wait for you in the God's Fall battlefield. When the time comes, Tianhua will kill you with his own hands. As soon as he finished speaking, the altar became dim and lifeless. Then, it started to crack. As expected. Fang Chen nodded. His guess was right. The original body of the Jiyu family ancestor was in the legendary God's Fall battlefield and could not return. Then, he shrugged his shoulders. With his current strength, a mere Jiyu Tianhua was no longer a threat to him. So what if he let him go? It's over. When the altar cracked, Palace Master Mu Qing and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. The curtains of this great battle had come to an end. And the victorious side was the sacred palace. The survivors looked at each other with smiles on their faces. They knew that from now on, the Jiyu family would no longer exist. Palace Master Fang, what should we do with these people? The reincarnation Sword Emperor appeared beside Fang Chen. Although they are members of the Jiyu family, their bloodline is very thin and they are considered marginal figures in the Jiyu family. I hope that Palace Master Fang can let them go and stop killing. The higher one's cultivation level, the more they paid attention to the cycle of karma and the less they would be easily tainted by karma. Palace Master Mu Qing was also thinking for Fang Chen. After all, he would soon become the new leader of the human race. Once he was entangled by karma, it would affect his cultivation. It's all up to Palace Master Mu Qing, Fang Chen said. After handing over the matters of the Jiyu family to Palace Master Mu Qing, Fang Chen landed on the ground. Boss, you are really too strong. Little Mouse and the others quickly surrounded Fang Chen. The pure-blooded beast cub, Qing Hu, Barbarian, Realm Master Deadstar, Lu Xingxing, and other people who had a close relationship with Fang Chen were also talking with Fang Chen. Good brother, after this battle, you are the undisputed #1 in the world. Lu Xingxing was happy. He took out jars of wine and handed them to everyone. Thank you for this. Chapter 3360. The once glorious city of the Jiyu clan was now in ruins. The bloodline of the Jiyu clan was almost extinct. The Jiyu clan had been completely destroyed in this battle. Even if Jiyu Tianhua was not dead, it would be extremely difficult for him to rise again. Soon, the results of the battle spread throughout the ancient chaos. Countless cultivators were shocked when they heard the news. He was the undisputed #1 expert. The various forces and experts all recognized Fang Chen's strength. He had single-handedly destroyed the entire Jiyu clan, and had even almost killed Jiyu Tianhua. No one in the world could match up to such a battle record. Palace Master Mu Qing and the others stood on the ruins and directed the people of the sacred palace to deal with the broken city of the Jiyu clan. They looked into the distance. When they saw Fang Chen, their eyes were full of praise. He's really powerful. Hu Qiong couldn't help but sigh. When he first entered the sacred palace, although he had great potential, there was still a big gap between him and us. But now, the strongest in the world. Although Palace Master Mu Qing only said 4 words, his evaluation of Fang Chen was very high. The strongest in the world. This meant that from now on, Fang Chen would be above the many palace masters of the sacred palace and become the new leader of the human race. This was an honor and also a duty. He has the battle strength of an invincible boundary emperor at the boundary realm. He can even use a secret technique to burst out with the power of a sovereign emperor for a short time. If he enters the boundary emperor realm, how strong will his battle strength be? The Samsara Sword Emperor, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. Like Fang Chen, he was a sword cultivator. Sword cultivators were known to have the strongest attack power. Since ancient times, countless sword cultivators had pursued the illusory peak of sword cultivation. His intuition told him that in the near future, Fang Chen would climb to the peak of sword cultivation. Hearing the Samsara Sword Emperor's words, everyone looked at each other in shock. This guy is a monster. He can't be judged by common sense, a palace master said after a long time. At this time, Fang Chen was catching up with his brothers. In just a short while, he learned about their current situation from his brothers. Little Mouse and the other 4 fellows already possessed the battle prowess of a region lord. Moreover, their fame had already spread throughout the Primeval Chaos, and they were known as the 5 hegemons of Jade Mountain. Occupying the Jasper Mountain region, with that region as the core, they constantly fought in all directions. Qing Hu, on the other hand, became the #1 puppet grandmaster in the ancient chaos, and various forces fought to recruit him. The barbarian successfully took his revenge and fully comprehended the barbarian emperor's inheritance. He completely activated the barbarian emperor's bloodline and became the barbarian region's domain lord. As for the pure-blooded beast cub, he had the highest achievements and was also the strongest. Right now, he was the leader of the fiend race in the fiend domain. He was only 1 step away from becoming a quasi-emperor. Fang Chen was very happy with his brother's achievements. However, just as Fang Chen was chatting with the others, a figure shuttled through the void and approached him. Wang. In the void, the figure was shrouded in black light. He leaped and disappeared, as if he had become one with the world. What a powerful guy. There was a deep sword scar on this person's face. His eyes were scarlet and his body was faintly discernible. His aura was isolated and he arrived at the battlefield in the blink of an eye. However, many of the quasi-emperors, including Palace Master Mu Qing and the others, did not notice his approach. Only Fang Chen suddenly frowned. He felt as if an aura had flashed past. What's going on? He turned his head and looked around. There was nothing around him and he did not find anything. Could it be an illusion? He gently shook his head and muttered to himself. My primordial spirit has already stepped into the corporeal realm. Unless it's a sovereign emperor, it's impossible to escape the detection of my consciousness, Fang Chen said. However, just as he was pondering, the space behind him suddenly collapsed, and terrifying spatial turbulence appeared. Wang. A bone-chilling power surged out from the turbulent space. Die! A furious roar rang out. Following which, a ghost-like figure suddenly appeared. A black dagger appeared in his hand and he pierced it towards Fang Chen's head at lightning speed. After sensing this powerful force, Fang Chen did not hesitate at all. He immediately activated all his strength to resist it. Catcher! He punched the black dagger. Immediately, a terrifying power of the Soul Dao attacked him. It passed through his fist and quickly drilled into his mind. His body swayed for a moment. Get out of here! His terrifying corporeal realm primordial spirit operated wildly and forced the corrosive Soul Dao power to retreat. Hiss! In almost the blink of an eye, Fang Chen had refined this Soul Dao power. Mph, I already knew that your primordial spirit had reached the corporeal realm. How could I attack you without any preparation? The ghost-like figure sneered and his figure flickered continuously. Even Fang Chen could not catch a trace of him. Swoosh! Apocalyptic First Sword, Annihilation. The hidden star sword operated wildly and released a dense sword chi that formed a sword chi barrier around Fang Chen. You can't stop me. The ghost-like figure sneered and the black dagger in his hand suddenly turned scarlet. Waves of fluctuations caused the void to tremble and the primordial spirits of everyone present retreated as if they had been struck by lightning. Not good. Palace Master Wood Green was the first to react. He shouted angrily, Umbra Spectre. Hearing this, the Samsara Sword Emperor and the other palace masters were furious. Damn it, Umbra Spectre dares to attack the leader of the human race. After adjusting his aura, the Samsara Sword Emperor's figure flashed and turned into a sword light that rushed into the battlefield. The Dark Shadow Spirit must have come prepared. Fang Chen alone will not be able to block it. Let's attack together. Palace Master Wood Green roared. Together with the other palace masters, he rushed to Fang Chen's side. Rip! The ghost-like figure glanced at the scarlet dagger in his hand and then suddenly smashed the void. Wherever the dagger passed, the supreme power of laws would avoid it. Corporeal primordial spirit. The ghost-like figure licked his dry lips. After I kill you and refine your primordial spirit, my extinguishing soul-killing technique will reach the perfect realm. At that time, extinguishing soul-killing technique, it's the extinguishing soul-killing technique. Palace Master Wood Green recognized the secret technique used by the ghost-like figure and exclaimed, Form the battle formation. The Samsara Sword Emperor waved his sleeves and sword chi surged. Layers of Samsara sword chi rippled and formed a huge sword formation in an instant. Star Emperor. The Samsara Sword Emperor transmitted his voice to the Star Emperor and told him the details of the Samsara Sword formation. Swoosh! The Star Emperor jumped and stood in a corner of the Samsara Sword formation. He spread out his hands and controlled the sword formation according to the Samsara Sword Emperor's instructions. In a moment, the 9 quasi-emperors worked together to stabilize the Samsara Sword formation. Crack! The blood-red dagger pierced Fang Chen's head. The latter's head instantly exploded. Blood spurted out and his primordial spirit trembled. Fortunately, Fang Chen was prepared. His primordial spirit had already left his body and prevented him from being killed. Even so, he could feel the powerful means of the person who attacked him. What a powerful primordial spirit attack! The immortal power circulated and the power of endless vitality filled the air. In the blink of an eye, his head was completely restored. At his level, as long as his primordial spirit was not destroyed, he could form a physical body at will. The immortal power of the immortal emperor could exert this technique to the extreme. After stabilizing his body, Fang Chen's heart was still rippling. The blow just now was the biggest crisis he had encountered over the years. Just a little bit more, and his primordial spirit would have been shattered. Who on earth has such a powerful technique? Fang Chen was a little puzzled. Fang Chen, the person who attacked you is from the Dark Shadow Ghost clan. They are good at assassination. It is very difficult for martial artists of the same realm to catch their traces. Moreover, their attainments in the primordial spirit are extremely high. Every time they attack, they will target the opponent's primordial spirit. The Samsara Sword Emperor said, their clan has a super powerful secret technique called the Great Annihilation Soul Killing Technique. Once the primordial spirit of the virtual realm is hit, it will be seriously injured even if it doesn't die. Although you have a corporeal primordial spirit, your realm is too low and it will be difficult for you to resist. Hearing this, Fang Chen's pupils shrank. The Dark Shadow Ghost clan, the Great Annihilation Soul Killing Technique, to him, all of this was very foreign. I have already set up the Samsara Sword formation. You just need to hide in it. Boom. The void exploded, and the Dark Shadow Spirit appeared. He toyed with the dagger in his hand and laughed sinisterly. I really didn't expect that your sacred palace would use such a method like the Transmigration Sword formation for a boundary realm expert. Obviously, the Samsara Sword formation was extremely important to the sacred palace. Humph, the human clan didn't make trouble for you, but your Dark Shadow Ghost clan actually dared to attack the human clan, Palace Master Wood Green said coldly. The sword scar on the Dark Shadow Ghost's face was wriggling, and his whole body exuded an extremely dangerous aura. He ignored Palace Master Wood Green and narrowed his eyes at Fang Chen. The Dark Shadow Ghost clan never fails. Since we dared to attack you, it means that we have investigated everything about you thoroughly. Your greatest reliance is those two sword moves, but each time you use them, it consumes a lot of energy. The battle with Jiu Ku has already consumed a lot of your energy, so you definitely can't use them now. The Dark Shadow Spirit continued, without these two sword moves, your primordial spirit will only be slightly stronger than before. However, the Dark Shadow Ghost clan is best at the primordial spirit Dao. As he spoke, the Dark Shadow Ghost clenched his hand, and the scarlet dagger suddenly shed a layer of skin. A faint purple light appeared on the dagger. This is the soul-killing dagger. Seeing this, the faces of Palace Master Wood Green and the others instantly darkened. It seems that you have been preparing to assassinate Palace Master Fang for a long time, Samsara Sword Emperor said. You are even willing to take out the soul-killing dagger. Although Fang Chen didn't know what the soul-killing dagger was, he could feel the tyrannical aura released from the dagger. This dagger seems to have surpassed the level of an imperial weapon. Fang Chen stared at the Dark Shadow Ghost warily. No matter who you are, if you want to kill me, you will have to pay the price. The hidden star sword seemed to have also sensed its master's anger. Sword chi surged, sword cries lingered, and the sword body trembled. This sudden scene stunned everyone in Divine Blood City, as well as Fang Chen's good brothers. What's going on? Who is it that wants to assassinate boss? Little Mouse said. Qing Hu, Barbarian, Lu Xingxing, Realm Master Deadstar, and the others were also at a loss. Chapter 3361. In the Samsara Sword formation, the 9 quasi-emperors were in 9 different positions, controlling the formation with all their might. Fang Chen was in the center of the formation. Not far from him, the Dark Shadow Spirit stood in the air. Destructive power flowed around his body, and the soul-extinguishing dagger in his hand made everyone's primordial spirits tremble. The Dark Shadow Spirit stared at Fang Chen, licked his lips, and played with the soul-extinguishing dagger in his hand like a hunter staring at his prey. No wonder you're on the must-kill list of my Dark Shadow Spirit clan. If I hadn't been well prepared, I might have fallen into your trap. The Dark Shadow Spirit already knew how terrifying Fang Chen's strength was from the exchange just now. If he hadn't brought the soul-extinguishing dagger and used the soul-killing technique, he probably wouldn't have been able to complete the task. Hearing the words "must kill" list, Palace Master Wood Green and the others were slightly moved. For a long time, the Dark Shadow Spirit clan had been hiding in the primordial chaos. Compared to them, a mere corpse demon was nothing. The Dark Shadow Spirit clan was the real enemy of the human race. Palace Master Wood Green had a better understanding of the Dark Shadow Spirit clan and knew very well what the must-kill list meant. "Humph, with my sacred palace here, don't even think about killing him." Palace Master Wood Green spread out his palm, and green branches slowly emerged, intertwining in the void, forming a huge green ball. The green ball was filled with a vast aura of life. "Kill!" Palace Master Wood Green roared, and the green ball blasted toward the Dark Shadow Spirit as fast as lightning with unparalleled power. Boom! When the green ball hit the Dark Shadow Spirit's body, it exploded, and the terrifying air waves shook the Samsara sword formation. "No, it's an illusion." Fang Chen was closer to the explosion point, and he immediately realized that the green ball didn't hit the Dark Shadow Spirit, but an illusion. "Keek!" In the void, the Dark Shadow Spirit's voice sounded. "No one on the must-kill list of my Dark Shadow Spirit clan can escape this calamity, so he must die." As his voice fell, the Dark Shadow Spirit's speed soared to the extreme, and he used his super speed to constantly shuttle through the void. At the same time, powerful Soul Dao power condensed around his body to form a thick layer of armor. Under the armor, he completely blocked the killing sword light of the Samsara sword formation. Emperor-level soul power armor. Palace Master Wood Green cried out in alarm. At that moment, his face had turned completely gloomy. Samsara Sword Emperor's face. He burst forth with extremely powerful sword chi, and used his full strength to activate the Samsara sword formation's attack. Palace Master Palace's eyes sky Palace's Palace Master's Palace Master reminded Palace Master under normal circumstances, armors were much more soul power Emperor's weapons. Right now, this Dark Spectre actually had an Emperor-ranked Soul Force armor. This was even more unbelievable. Soul Power armor was completely condensed from Soul Power. Even the Sacred Palace of the human clan didn't have Soul Power armor. Once he wore Soul Power armor, he would be completely immune to Soul Dao attacks, and could greatly reduce the attack of the Samsara sword formation. When the Dark Shadow Spirit activated the Soul Power armor, Fang Chen also made his move. No matter how strong his opponent was, he wouldn't sit still and wait for death. Whoosh! Xue Luo's secret skill, the apocalyptic first sword, was madly displayed. His aura instantly rose to the peak. Kill! A bright sword light fiercely slashed the soul power armor of the Dark Shadow Spirit. With a crack, the sword light shattered, and the soul power armor only shook a little. After failing his attack, Fang Chen didn't stop and quickly retreated. Rip! As soon as he retreated, the void in front of him was instantly torn apart, and the soul kill dagger stirred up the wind and clouds. Although the Samsara sword formation is strange, it can only restrict 30% of the Dark Shadow Spirit's power. Fang Chen thought quickly. With my current strength, I should be able to resist the Dark Shadow Spirit if I go all out. But he has the soul kill dagger in his hand, the soul power armor, and the terrifying annihilation soul killing technique. I can deal with him for a short period of time, but if it goes on for a long time, my primordial spirit won't be able to take it. Once his primordial spirit couldn't hold on, he would be defeated. Obviously, Palace Master Wood Green and the others were also aware of this. They frantically activated the Samsara sword formation to provide convenience. I can't waste time. Let's end this quickly. The Dark Shadow Spirit didn't waste any more time. He accumulated power and prepared to attack with all his strength. Annihilation soul killing technique. He shouted in a low voice, and a powerful soul Dao power condensed into a soaring eagle in the void. The eagle's claws flickered with black light. Its claws grabbed the soul kill dagger as it charged at Su Chen. Roar! The loud and clear screeching sound shook the hearts of the people. Boss! The little mouse's eyes were scarlet, and it rushed out like an arrow. Bang! However, as soon as it moved, it was slapped back by the pure-blooded beast cub. What are you doing? The pure-blooded beast cub glared at the little mouse and said angrily, Boss is in danger. I can't leave him to die, the little mouse said. Xiao Huang and the others also stood behind it one after another to express their attitude. Nonsense. The pure-blooded beast cub reprimanded mercilessly. You're so weak. Not only can you not help him, but you'll also distract him. You're not saving him, you're harming him. Boss gave me my life. Even if I die, I have to fight for a chance of survival for Boss, the little mouse said desperately. Slap. The pure-blooded beast cub slapped the little mouse away. You guys stay here. With that, he leaped into the transmigration sword formation. His life gate is at the back of his head. You use the annihilation first sword to force his true body out. I'll sneak attack it. The pure-blooded beast cub's voice sounded in Fang Chen's mind. He was stunned. Then, he saw the pure-blooded beast cub dashing toward the samsara sword formation from the corner of his eye. Trust me. The pure-blooded beast cub added. Since there's no better way, why don't we take a gamble? Then, Fang Chen transmitted a message to the Samsara Sword Emperor and the others, asking them to help him. 9-sword world, Samsara invincible. The Samsara Sword Emperor stomped his foot and the entire Samsara sword formation trembled. In front of the 9 of them, the violent sword principal aura instantly condensed into 9 long swords. Buzz! The 9 long swords rushed up and intertwined in the void. They spun rapidly and merged into one in the blink of an eye, turning into a huge sword. Condense! The Samsara Sword Emperor growled. He made a complicated seal with his hands and controlled the huge sword to dive down and insert it into the center of the formation. Dong! The Samsara sword formation changed dramatically. The power of the sword chi of slaughter suddenly increased by several times. The space of the sword formation also gradually shrank. Humph, it's useless. The dark shadow ghost sneered and shot out the soul-kill dagger in his hand. You want to restrain me with this sword formation? At this moment, the dark shadow spirit had a slight smile on his face. It was as if he could already see Fang Chen falling under his soul-kill dagger. When the Samsara Sword Emperor and the others took action, Fang Chen took the lead and performed many secret skills at the same time. Boom! 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 The first stroke of destruction was performed again. A sword light fell from the sky. It seemed to be surrounded by thousands of sword lights. Kill! The huge sword light pierced through the void and landed on both sides of the Samsara sword formation, tearing the void apart. The terrifying sword principal chi waves forced the dark shadow ghost out of the darkness. He jumped, stepped on the soul-kill dagger, and attacked Fang Chen. Come on! Fang Chen's eyes were full of passion. What he needed to do was to buy time for the pureblood beast cub and try his best to restrain the dark shadow ghost's attack. The dark shadow ghost was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Fang Chen. The power released by the soul-kill dagger made Fang Chen's corporeal realm primordial spirit feel somewhat suppressed. Die! The dark shadow ghost glanced at the soul-kill dagger at his feet and sneered. In this era, you are the first realm expansion realm cultivator to die under the soul-kill dagger. Be careful. Palace Master Mu Qing and the others were shocked. However, when the soul-kill dagger was only 1 step away from Fang Chen, it suddenly stopped. Boom! A terrifying bloodline power suddenly erupted. The pure-blooded beast cub used its innate ability. Behind it, a huge body the size of a small mountain let out an angry roar. A blood-red hand rushed towards the back of the dark shadow specter's head. When the dark shadow ghost sensed that something was wrong, it wanted to withdraw from the battlefield, but it was too late. Fang Chen and the transmigration sword formation exerted their power together. They actually stopped time and space temporarily, making the soul-kill dagger unable to move. Damn it! Seeing this, the dark shadow ghost gave up on the soul-kill dagger and wanted to dodge first. Crack! However, as soon as his body disappeared, he felt a shock at the back of his head. Then, his face was filled with shock. A pureblood beast! He exclaimed. No, boom! The blood-red hand clenched hard and a golden pearl at the back of the dark shadow ghost's head shattered. Dong dong dong! The terrifying explosion sent the pureblood beast cub flying. The transmigration sword formation also collapsed because it could not withstand the huge pressure. The 9 quasi-emperors were sent flying and smashed into the ground. Bang! Fang Chen's body smashed into a mountain peak in the distance and broke it. Cough cough. He coughed a few times and spat out a trace of blood. However, he did not care so much at the moment. He got up and walked toward the battlefield. He looked around. When he saw the pureblood beast cub and the 9 quasi-emperors, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Not far away, there was a corpse that was beyond recognition. Dead. Fang Chen murmured. The dark shadow ghost, who was comparable to a sovereign emperor, died just like that. Did it work? The happiest people were the Transmigration Sword Emperor and the others. When the dark shadow ghost burst out with his full power, they were already disheartened. Who would have thought that the final result would be like this? It's him. I sensed a pureblood beast cub in his body, Palace Master Wood Green said. I see. The Transmigration Sword Emperor nodded. Are you okay? Fang Chen helped the pureblood beast cub up and asked. I'm fine. The pureblood beast cub pointed at the Star Emperor not far away. The latter's purple robe was stained with blood. Among the 9 quasi-emperors who maintained the operation of the Transmigration Sword formation, she was the weakest and suffered the greatest impact. Fang Chen held the Star Emperor in his arms. Brother Chen, I'm fine. The Star Emperor said weakly. Is the dark shadow ghost dead? He's dead. Fang Chen nodded. Chapter 3362. The Ancient Region War ended with the Sacred Palace's victory. After this war, Fang Chen became the undisputed #1 expert of the Sacred Palace. His reputation spread throughout the ancient chaos. Jiyu Ku died, and Jiyu Tianhua was taken away by the Jiyu clan's ancestors. The huge Jiyu clan collapsed. In this war, the upper echelons of the Jiyu clan were almost wiped out. Those who remained were basically weak ancient martial art practitioners. As the guardian of the human clan, the Sacred Palace naturally couldn't kill the remaining members of the Jiyu clan. They could only disperse the Jiyu clan. With their strength, they couldn't do anything. On a mountain peak at the edge of the ancient region. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Little Mouse and the others came from afar. How is it? Little Mouse glanced at Xiao Huang and the others. They all nodded. We've killed them all, Xiao Huang said. Boss is thinking of the entire human clan and doesn't want to kill the Jiyu clan. But we're different. The Jiyu clan dared to attack Xiaoxi. We can't give them a chance to rise again. This time, Little Mouse and the others secretly attacked and didn't let Fang Chen know. Originally, the pure-blooded beast cub also wanted to act with them. But because the latter was the king of the demon clan, his every move would affect the entire ancient chaos, so he didn't appear. Alright, let's go back and see how Xiaoxi is doing, Little Mouse said. As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 of them disappeared into the void. Sacred Region, Sacred Palace. This was the core of the human clan and also the place where the high-level experts of the human clan gathered. In a mansion, Fang Chen sat cross-legged. With a flip of his hand, a Sumeru ring appeared in front of him. As the #1 family in the ancient chaos, there should be a lot of good things, right? Fang Chen stared at the Sumeru ring with a burning gaze. Catcher. With a thought, the Sumeru ring was opened. In an instant, numerous treasures appeared in front of him. Fang Chen scanned with his mind and soon found the Jadefire golden sand in a hidden place. The shimmering golden sand was placed in an iron fist, and the surrounding space seemed to be distorted. Jadefire golden sand. Seeing this, Fang Chen took a deep breath. His face was full of excitement. Among the 81 materials required by Emperor Xiao, one of the last 7 rare materials was Jade Flame golden sand. Before attacking the Jiyu family, Palace Master Wood Green had informed Fang Chen of this matter. Voila! Fang Chen took out the Jade Flame golden sand and gently touched it with his finger. Immediately, a scorching aura entered his palm. Legend has it that the Jadefire golden sand contains extremely strong soul power, which can attack the primordial spirit of human warriors. Moreover, it is the best material for refining soul weapons. Fang Chen licked his dry lips and whispered, "Sure enough, my primordial spirit has reached the corporeal realm. When I touch the Jadefire golden sand, I feel a slight vibration. Unfortunately, this Jadefire golden sand is too little. If I have more, I can refine a soul weapon to cooperate with my corporeal realm primordial spirit. When I fight with the enemy, I can release the Jadefire realm. The soul power will be absolutely suppressed and the power will be stronger. Fang Chen shook his head. The Jadefire golden sand was very rare. It was not easy to find, so naturally, he would not use it easily. He sighed slightly and then put it away, preparing to leave it for his daughter. 6 more. Fang Chen clenched his fists, his heart full of urgency. In the following time, Fang Chen thoroughly checked the Jiyu family's Sumeru ring. Besides some materials that he did not need, he found 5 things. The first of them was the Jiyu family's ancient annihilation secret skill. Even among the emperor-level secret skills, the ancient annihilation secret skill was one of the best. After cultivating it, the power of the 9 layers would increase by a terrifying amount. Fang Chen had a deep understanding of this point. When Jiyu Ku used the 9th layer of the ancient annihilation secret skill, he had to use the annihilation second sword with all his strength to block it. This ancient annihilation secret skill is good, but the requirements to cultivate it are very harsh. Fang Chen curled his lips. Only those with the Jiyu family bloodline and bloodline to a certain level can cultivate it. At this moment, a voice sounded in Fang Chen's mind. You have the black hole bloodline and have absorbed the blood of gods. The ancient annihilation secret skills requirements are nothing to you. Fang Chen was startled. He immediately looked around and spread out his divine sense. Who's talking? He was extremely shocked. His corporeal realm primordial spirit did not sense anyone around him. Could this person be an emperor-level sovereign? I'm in your blood. The voice sounded again. Fang Chen hurriedly looked inside his body and found that there was a faint light in the thick blood where his heart was. Fang Chen was stunned. What was going on? Why was there a remnant consciousness in his blood? Bloodline King? Fang Chen almost cried out in surprise. Strictly speaking, I'm just a remnant consciousness. The voice sounded from the blood again. Senior, in response to Fang Chen's confusion, the Bloodline King explained, back then, although I had yet to step into the Martial Emperor realm, I was able to suppress the Martial Emperor realm with my quasi-emperor cultivation. I even managed to kill a Martial Emperor on the God's Fall battlefield. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart was set off by stormy waves. A quasi-emperor killing an emperor-level sovereign. How heaven-defying was that? However, at that time, I knew that this world was limited and it was too difficult to break through. I was obsessed with the study of bloodlines and thought that in this world, there would definitely be a perfect bloodline. The perfect bloodline is the most powerful bloodline in the world. Once formed, it will make a martial artist perfect in all aspects. This kind of bloodline is too heaven-defying and will inevitably be suppressed by the supreme laws. During my research, I was also seriously injured several times, but in the end, I managed to survive until one day, I succeeded. At this point, the Bloodline King paused. Fang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Senior, you succeeded in developing the perfect bloodline? Although he did not understand, he understood a little from the Bloodline King's explanation. The perfect bloodline was above the supreme laws and it was almost impossible to appear in the ancient chaos where the world was limited. Once it appeared, it would be punished by the heavens. When I was immersed in the joy of success, I realized that my bloodline was not the ideal perfect bloodline. According to my understanding, it can only be considered a half-perfect bloodline. The Bloodline King said. Even a half-perfect bloodline allowed me to undergo a deep transformation. I had a feeling that I could take the final step and step into the Emperor level or even higher. However, at that moment, I was suppressed by the supreme laws. The supreme laws were everywhere. Almost no one could survive the suppression of the supreme laws. However, the Bloodline King was an exception. He had a half-perfect bloodline. Although he was seriously injured, he eventually escaped to the God's Fall battlefield and avoided the supreme laws. Before I left behind an inheritance. Only those who successfully inherit my inheritance are qualified to enter Divine Blood City and absorb divine blood. When he said this, There was a trace of joy in the Bloodline King's voice. Since my remnant consciousness was able to awaken, you must have done this. This also proves that my guess back then was correct. The Bloodline King said, you passed my many tests and obtained the Black Hole Bloodline. This is the first step to becoming a perfect bloodline. What? Fang Chen was stunned. He recalled the many inheritances that the Bloodline King left behind. It turned out that the latter was trying to create a perfect bloodline. Alright, let's not talk about this for now. Even if you now possess an unrivaled Quasi-Emperor's combat prowess, you are still far from possessing a perfect bloodline. As for the future, when you enter the Godsfall battlefield, I will find you and tell you personally. Fang Chen was still immersed in the shock of the perfect bloodline. However, the Bloodline King clearly did not want to say too much. Did you discover that after absorbing the divine blood, the Black Hole Bloodline changed? The Bloodline King asked. Fang Chen nodded woodenly. The power of the divine blood removed all the impurities in the Black Hole Bloodline. The Black Hole Bloodline that you possess now can easily evolve into any bloodline in the world. Fang Chen finally understood why the Bloodline King said that the cultivation conditions of the ancient extermination secret technique were nothing to him. Evolving bloodline? Fang Chen was stunned. Then, he tried it out impatiently. Buzz. He opened his palm, and a strand of blood instantly appeared. Under his will, it kept changing. Flame bloodline. Water bloodline. Red dragon bloodline. One bloodline after another appeared in his palm. GU family bloodline. With a thought, the GU family bloodline appeared. Of course, the evolved bloodlines are all common bloodlines. There is no way to evolve the heaven-defying bloodlines of the ancient era. There was a limit to everything. It was the same for evolving bloodlines. If it exceeded the limit, there would be a backlash. However, even so, Fang Chen was overjoyed. If he could master the ancient extermination secret technique, with 9 layers of superposition power and the apocalyptic second sword, he was confident that he could challenge a martial emperor. Buzz. At this moment, the remnant consciousness in the blood suddenly began to dissipate, turning into strands of blood that merged into Fang Chen's blood. Young man, you are the person that I, the Bloodline King, think highly of the most. You are also the only martial artist who has a chance of becoming a perfect bloodline in the Age of Chaos. Before the remnant consciousness dissipated, the Bloodline King sent a voice transmission to Fang Chen. Cultivate well. I will wait for you at the Godsfall battlefield. After that, the Bloodline King's remnant consciousness completely dissipated. Fang Chen still had not recovered from the shock. The information that he had received before was too much and too shocking. After a long time, he came back to his senses and sighed. I didn't expect that the Bloodline King's inheritance that I received was actually a trap set by him. However, thinking of the perfect bloodline, Fang Chen's heart palpitated with eagerness. After dealing with the matters of the ancient chaos and saving Shi-Er, I will go to the Godsfall battlefield, Fang Chen said. Chapter 3363. Looking at the mountain of divine elixir pills in front of him, Fang Chen could not help but be speechless. The Jiyu clan was indeed the #1 clan in the immemorial chaotic world. Their wealth was incredible. Divine elixir pills were the currency used by universe gods as well as cultivation resources. Within the divine elixir pills, there was a majestic power of the heavenly way and even a trace of the supreme law. Under normal circumstances, even an emperor's net worth was only tens of thousands of divine elixir pills. 1 million divine elixir pills was enough to establish a sect. However, the Jiyu clan had hundreds of millions of divine elixir pills. It was simply unimaginable. Phew. Fang Chen took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the excitement in his heart. He put the 100 million divine elixir pills into his Sumeru ring. From the boundary evolution realm to the emperor-to-be realm requires a vast amount of energy. If I absorb the divine elixir pills, the speed will be much faster. Fang Chen muttered to himself. With his attainments in martial arts and comprehension of the supreme law, he had already reached the emperor-to-be realm. However, his strength was still insufficient, so he could not break through. With these divine elixir pills, it would not be long before he could step into the emperor-to-be realm. The Jiyu clan has saved me a lot of trouble, Fang Chen said with a grin. Then, his gaze landed on a picture scroll. He waved his hand gently, and in an instant, a layer of restriction on the painting scroll was removed. The real painting scroll appeared in front of him. This was a landscape painting. In the painting, there was a man standing on a broken bridge with his hands behind his back, looking at the scenery in the stream. If one were to look at it seriously, they would discover that on the sparkling surface of the lake, there were droplets of water that formed rays of sword light. Swordsmanship? Fang Chen raised his eyebrows and looked at the painting scroll seriously. After a long time, his face was filled with joy. Apocalypse painting scroll. This is the Apocalypse painting scroll. He laughed heartily and was extremely excited. He was well aware of the power of the Apocalypse painting scroll. Even in the sacred palace, there were only 3 paintings. He did not expect the Jiyu clan to have other paintings. Wang. Just as Fang Chen was rejoicing, the eyes of the figure in the Apocalypse painting flickered. A beam of light shot out and entered Fang Chen's mind. The next moment, Fang Chen felt his head tremble as countless pieces of information poured into it. Not long after, he fully accepted this information. I see. Fang Chen sighed. There were a total of 3 scrolls in the Armageddon painting. Each scroll contained 3 sword moves. The Armageddon painting in the Holy Palace was the first scroll, while the Jiyu families was the second scroll. At the same time, he also knew that the Armageddon swordsmanship was created by a supreme sword principle expert from the antiquity times. His attainments in sword principle had reached an unbelievable level. There were even rumors that he was only 1 step away from the true peak of sword principle. Who would have thought that the Apocalypse picture scroll came from the God's Fall battlefield? Fang Chen's eyes flashed. He was becoming more and more interested in the God's Fall battlefield. Unfortunately, he had not yet mastered the Apocalypse third sword, so he could not practice the 3 sword moves in the second scroll. The power of the apocalyptic second sword is already so strong. How strong are the 3 sword moves in the middle scroll? Fang Chen was quite curious. However, he knew that he could not bite off more than he could chew on the martial way. I'll study this scroll after I master the Apocalypse third sword. After putting away the Apocalypse picture scroll, Fang Chen's gaze fell on the last 2 items. One of them was a broken sword. The black broken sword was covered with rust. It looked very ordinary from the outside. Since the Jiyu family treats it as a treasure, it must be unique. Fang Chen said as he carefully observed the broken sword. After a long while, he shook his head helplessly. No matter how he examined it, the broken sword did not move. In the end, he gave up. Forget it, I'll think about it later. His intuition told him that there was a great secret hidden in the broken sword. The last item was a black command token. A demonic flower was drawn on the front, and the word kill was written on the back. This token? Fang Chen held the token in his hand and suddenly felt a bloody killing aura coming from it. What a terrifying killing aura! Fang Chen exclaimed, but he could not see the origin of the token. Let's ask Palace Master Mu Qing. Many palace masters gathered in the sacred hall. Palace Master Mu Qing, don't worry. I've just asked the red brows monster. Everything in the treasure pagoda is normal. Not long ago, they went to ask Emperor Xiao, who said that Fang Shi is fine for the time being. Palace Master Mu Qing glanced at Fang Chen and said. Fang Chen nodded. Now that the Jiyu family had been destroyed, he would do his best to find those precious materials. Palace Master Mu Qing, what's going on with the Dark Shadow Ghost Clan that tried to assassinate me? Fang Chen had never heard of the Dark Shadow Ghost Clan before, but when they tried to assassinate him in the ancient region, they had erupted with such great power. Moreover, from the tone of Palace Master Mu Qing and the others, the Dark Shadow Ghost Clan was not a single person, but a huge organization. Thinking of this, Fang Chen could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Any random assassin had the battle strength of an invincible quasi-emperor. How strong was the Dark Shadow Ghost Clan? The Dark Shadow Spirit Clan is one of the darkest clans in the world. Their existence is to destroy the human race. The power you erupted with in the ancient region was too strong, so the Dark Shadow Ghost Clan could not help but try to assassinate you. Palace Master Mu Qing said, "Everyone thinks that the greatest enemy of the human race is the corpse demon, but..." Palace Master Mu Qing slowly shook his head. The corpse demon is nothing in the eyes of the sacred palace. In the great battle back then, the human race killed all the upper echelons of the corpse demon. Even if there were some left behind, they would not have much of an impact on the human race. For countless years, the corpse demon has infiltrated the human race's territory and assassinated the human race cultivators. All of this has been witnessed by the sacred palace. Heh! Fang Chen frowned, somewhat puzzled. The Fire Dome Palace Master explained, "Ever since the ancient era's battle of gods, our human race has fallen into an era of peace. For countless years, with our sacred palace guarding the primordial chaos, the human race's martial practitioners have lived too comfortably. Cultivators should seek breakthroughs at the edge of life and death and fight bloody battles. A comfortable life often made people lose themselves and let their guard down. When the real crisis came, they would not be of any use. Therefore, the human race's sacred palace turned a blind eye to the corpse demon's actions. As long as they did not go too far, they would not act. Simply put, the sacred palace treated the corpse demon as a training target for the human race cultivators." Fang Chen was a little surprised after hearing Palace Master Fire Dome's explanation. He did not expect the sacred palace to be so bold. For countless years, countless human race cultivators had died at the hands of the corpse demon, but the sacred palace had tacitly approved of this. Palace Master Fang, the supreme laws operate to maintain the balance of the world. Everything in the world is a cycle of cause and effect. When cultivators die, cultivators are born. If not for the greed in their hearts, the cultivators killed by the corpse demon would not have been involved with the corpse demon. You have cultivated for too short a time. You will understand in the future." Palace Master Mu Qing nodded. Fang Chen listened quietly. The corpse demon is just a training target for the human race, but the shadow spectre is different. It is the true enemy of the human race. Palace Master Mu Qing's expression gradually turned serious when he mentioned the shadow spectre. The Sacred Palace Conference lasted for a full day. When the conference ended, Fang Chen finally had a new understanding of the situation in the Archean era. The Shadow Spectre clan was an assassin organization. They would assassinate any human race cultivator they found with great potential. Their attacks were almost infallible. Because their whereabouts were extremely secretive and unpredictable, the human race had failed to encircle and annihilate them many times. This time, they even brought the Soul Kill Dagger to assassinate Fang Chen. Fortunately, the king of the demon race had resolved the crisis at the last moment. "Palace Master Fang, the Shadow Spectre clan has failed to assassinate you. I don't think they will let this go. You have to be careful during this period," Samsara Sword Emperor warned. "I know." Fang Chen nodded. In fact, what really made him afraid was that the Shadow Spectre clan in the Archean chaos was only a branch of a powerful clan. That powerful clan had participated in the Battle of the Gods in the Antiquity Age and was eventually destroyed. However, some of their clansmen had survived and were sleeping and cultivating in the battlefield of the gods. Later, they reproduced and some of their descendants walked out of the battlefield of the gods, creating the Shadow Spectre clan that struck fear in people. What exactly is in the battlefield of the gods? Fang Chen could not help but ask. The Godsfall battlefield is the battlefield where the Godsfall battle took place in the ancient times. It is filled with boundless power. Even the supreme laws cannot operate normally there. If a quasi-emperor enters it, there is no chance of survival. It is said that only a sovereign of the Emperor realm can barely survive there, the Samsara Sword Emperor said. Over the years, countless powerful heavens prides had emerged from the human race. After they stepped into the quasi-emperor realm, they entered the battlefield of the gods and never came out again. Don't try to enter before you have enough strength. Palace Master Mu Qing said. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. At present, Fang Chen's focus was to save his daughter. Therefore, even if there was a chance, he would not take the risk to enter the battlefield of the gods. After I save Shi-Er, if there is a chance, I really have to go to the battlefield of the gods to investigate. He shook his head and temporarily gave up on this plan. Fang Chen suddenly remembered the token he had obtained from the Jiyu clan. Palace Master Mu Qing, do you recognize this token? Fang Chen took out the token and handed it to Palace Master Mu Qing. After Palace Master Mu Qing took the token, his expression changed drastically. This is the Blood Emperor's token? Palace Master Mu Qing asked hurriedly, how did you get this token? I got it from the Jiyu clan. Fang Chen did not hide anything and said directly. The Jiyu clan? Hearing this, Palace Master Mu Qing's eyes shot out a cold murderous intent. It seems that the rumor back then is true. What rumor? Fang Chen was a little puzzled. Chapter 3364. It was Fang Chen's first time hearing about the Blood Emperor. He had never heard of this rumor before. Obviously, only Palace Master Mu Qing and other Sacred Palace higher-ups knew about this rumor in the entire primordial chaos. Blood Emperor? Fang Chen's palms glowed with a fiery light and his eyes were filled with excitement. He had learned from Palace Master Mu Qing that the Blood Emperor was a super expert from the ancient times. During the Battle of Gods, the Blood Emperor was one of the top experts. The Blood Dao that the Blood Emperor cultivated had become the most powerful Dao technique in the primordial chaos and was revered by many. However, it is said that the Blood Emperor was not born in the ancient times but in an earlier era. As for which era, no one knows. Palace Master Mu Qing continued, he is too mysterious. Before the Battle of Gods, he had never shown himself. During the Battle of Gods, he appeared out of nowhere and joined the Battle of Gods in an invincible manner. He unleashed an unprecedented power and shocked the world with one battle. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He did not expect that the Blood Emperor's era was even older than the ancient times. The reason why news of him did not spread in the primordial chaos was because he appeared and disappeared too suddenly. It was like a flash in the pan. Samsara Sword Emperor added. Although it was a flash in the pan, the absolute power that he had displayed had left an indelible mark on the super experts of the ancient times. It seems that the Jiyu clan has been exploring the Battle of Gods for a long time and they are very lucky. Otherwise, they would not have obtained the Blood Emperor's token. Palace Master Mu Qing was speechless when he mentioned the Blood Emperor's token. He knew better than anyone how useful the Blood Emperor's token was. It is said that the Blood Emperor's token is an important token to open the Blood Emperor's inheritance. The Battle of Gods is boundless and the Blood Emperor left his inheritance in a certain place. Only by obtaining the token can one open the ruins. This was the greatest value of the Blood Emperor's token. Fang Chen toyed with the blood-red token in his hand as the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Palace Master Fang, you must hide the Blood Emperor's token well. Do not leak the news. Otherwise, the Dark Shadow Spirit Clan will definitely attack you again, Palace Master Mu Qing reminded him. All these years, the Dark Shadow Spirit Clan has been looking for the Blood Emperor's token. They seem to have more detailed information about the Blood Emperor in their hands. Originally, you were on their must-kill list. Once they know that you have the Blood Emperor's token, the Dark Shadow Spirit Clan will use all of their clan's power to assassinate you. If that was the case, it would be very troublesome. Even the Sacred Palace was unwilling to completely fall out with the Dark Shadow Spirit Clan. After all, the Dark Shadow race's concealment techniques were far superior to the Sacred Palace's lack of great emperors. It would be difficult to capture all of them in one fell swoop. I know. Fang Chen nodded. After leaving the Sacred Hall, Fang Chen returned to the Sword Pavilion. Elder. Fang Chen bowed slightly. Amazing. No wonder you are the supreme talent with the strongest potential in the history of the human clan. I admire you. The Sword Pavilion Elder was full of praise for Fang Chen. Although he could see that Yi Xian was extraordinary the first time he came, he did not expect that he would be able to destroy the Jiyu clan alone so soon. After greeting the Sword Pavilion Elder, Fang Chen went directly to the last level of the Sword Pavilion. His gaze fell on the third scroll. After obtaining the middle scroll of the Apocalypse painting from the Jiyu clan, Fang Chen had also obtained some information about the Apocalypse painting. In fact, the 3 scrolls in front of him were separated from the first scroll of the Destruction Scroll. Each scroll represented a sword move. I wonder if I can cultivate the Destruction Third Sword now. Fang Chen sat cross-legged and entered the third scroll with his mind. Buzz. The third scroll suddenly released a bright light. In the world of the scroll, Sword Chi soared into the sky. Fang Chen was in it, holding the hidden star sword and constantly practicing the destruction third sword. One sword after another, one move after another. In the blink of an eye, 15 minutes passed. Crash. Fang Chen opened his eyes and withdrew his consciousness from the destruction scroll. He stared at the destruction scroll and shook his head with a bitter smile. My realm limits the upper limit of my power, which also causes me to be unable to cultivate the destruction third sword. It seems that I have to raise my cultivation to the quasi-emperor realm first. There were a total of 3 realms in the universe God realm. They were the Realm Lord realm, the Realm King realm, and the Realm Evolution realm. The realm that Fang Chen was currently in was the Boundary Expansion realm. After the Realm Evolution realm was the Emperor realm. The so-called quasi-emperor realm, strictly speaking, was not an independent realm. Instead, it was an existence that depended on the boundary realm. In fact, the quasi-emperor realm was also a part of the Realm Evolution realm. It was just that when one's power reached a certain level and one's comprehension of the supreme laws reached a super high standard, they were only one step away from the Emperor realm. It was relatively simple to go from the Realm Evolution realm to the quasi-emperor realm. Power. Fang Chen flipped his hand and took out a divine elixir pill and then quickly swallowed it. Buzz. The majestic power contained in the divine elixir pill was instantly refined by Fang Chen, and the power quickly integrated into his body. Continue. With his current strength, as long as he absorbed enough divine elixir pills, he could easily enter the quasi-emperor realm. He had obtained 100 million divine elixir pills from the Jiyu family, which was enough for him to enter the quasi-emperor realm. Half a month later, the power in Fang Chen's body had reached its peak, and his aura was constantly rising. Rumble. At this moment, he had officially entered the quasi-emperor realm, becoming a true quasi-emperor expert. Is this the quasi-emperor realm? He slightly sensed the changes in his body and murmured, there is no essential difference between the quasi-emperor realm and the Realm Evolution realm, but there is a great disparity in power. When he checked the divine elixir pills, he could not help but be speechless. I have consumed 10,000 divine elixir pills. One should know that 10,000 divine elixir pills was the entire value of a quasi-emperor. He had used so many divine elixir pills to break through from the Realm Evolution realm to the quasi-emperor realm. No wonder there are so many quasi-emperors in the Realm Evolution realm in the immemorial chaos. Fang Chen shook his head. The Jiyu family has so many divine elixir pills, but there are so few quasi-emperors. I think their goal should be to create a quasi-emperor ruler. After all, a quasi-emperor ruler could change the structure of the immemorial chaos. In the current Dharma ending age, a quasi-emperor ruler could unify the immemorial chaos. 10,000 divine elixir pills may be a lot to others, but it is nothing to me. Fang Chen pondered. Now, he still had more than 90 million divine elixir pills in his hands, and he was wondering if he should give them to the people around him. After thinking for a while, Fang Chen directly rejected this idea. Their foundation is too weak, and they need more training. I will give them the divine elixir pills before I save Shi-Er and enter the God's Fall battlefield. Chapter 3365. Fang Chen had already comprehended the first 2 sword moves in the first scroll of the Armageddon painting and was only left with the last sword move. Now that he had absorbed 10,000 divine elixir pills and successfully stepped into the quasi-emperor realm, his combat strength had skyrocketed. In addition, his comprehension of the supreme laws had improved a lot. Fang Chen knew that he could comprehend the third Armageddon sword move. Sure enough, after becoming a quasi-emperor, the power in my body has increased by more than 10 times. With my current strength, it won't be as difficult as before to perform the second Armageddon sword move. During the battle with the Jiyu family, Fang Chen was only in the boundary realm and could perform the first Armageddon sword move at will, but he could only perform the second sword move twice. Now that he could perform the second Armageddon sword move at will, this meant that Fang Chen's combat strength had soared to another level. I haven't seen a real quasi-emperor yet and didn't know they had such skills. Fang Chen murmured. He couldn't judge his own strength now. If he had to say, He could only say that he was above a quasi-emperor and had the power to fight against a quasi-emperor. As for the specifics, quasi-emperors had already died in the Age of Chaos and he couldn't fight against them. Huff. He took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and then began to immerse himself in comprehending. The Armageddon sword move was an extremely overbearing killing sword move. This sword principle had a total of 9 moves. It had been passed down from the Antiquity Age. It was a sword principle created by a super sword principle expert. It was a complete sword principle that was above the Emperor level. It could be called the number 1 sword principle in the immemorial chaos. Moreover, the Armageddon sword move had extremely high requirements for comprehension. Even the Reincarnation Sword Emperor, who was once known as the first sword cultivator in the ancient chaos, couldn't comprehend it. It wasn't easy for Fang Chen to be able to comprehend the first 2 sword moves. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. This time, Fang Chen encountered trouble in comprehending. The third Armageddon sword move was more profound than the previous 2 moves and it was extremely difficult to comprehend. The sword is the sword of killing, the way of the sword is the way of killing. This sentence echoed in Fang Chen's mind. At this moment, his entire body was filled with piercingly cold killing intent, as if he was a peerless god of death. It was extremely terrifying. If someone else was here, they would definitely be incomparably shocked. This was because the murderous aura released by Fang Chen was much stronger than that of the world devastator demon emperor from the demon realm. Fang Chen, who was in the sword pavilion, was unaware of the passage of time. He was still immersed in the world destruction painting. Temple. It's already been half a year. Is there still no movement from Sword Pavilion? Asked Palace Head Wood Green. Fire Dome Palace Master shook his head. The Armageddon sword art is so powerful that even the Reincarnation Sword Emperor couldn't comprehend it. It's already difficult for Palace Master Fang to comprehend the first 2 sword moves. As for the third sword move, it won't be that easy. Samsara Sword Emperor nodded. I believe he will succeed. No matter how difficult the Armageddon sword art was, the Samsara Sword Emperor believed in Fang Chen's potential in Sword Dao. Samsara Sword Emperor nodded slightly and then changed the topic. Has there been any movement from the Dark Shadow Spirit clan in the past half a year? Ever since they failed to assassinate Palace Master Fang, they haven't done anything. It's as if they have disappeared. Fire Dome Palace Master frowned and said, the more they do this, the more uneasy it is. During this period of time, many of our sacred palaces experts are scattered in various domains. As long as there is any movement, the sacred palace will immediately know. Palace Head Wood Green said, however, the Dark Shadow Spirit clan has extraordinary means. Palace Masters, please be more careful. Many Palace Masters nodded. At the end of the distant horizon, in an endless dark space. This place was filled with a sinister and terrifying aura. At a glance, there were corpses everywhere. The murderous aura filled the entire mountain range. At the core of the mountain range, there was a black palace. Buzz. A black figure suddenly appeared in the black palace. His entire body was filled with blood-red aura. Greetings, Patriarch. After the black figure appeared, many dark shadow spirits knelt on the ground with pious expressions on their faces. Where is the soul kill dagger? A hoarse voice came from the black figure's mouth. Suddenly, the people below felt a strong sense of oppression. One of them said in a low voice, Patriarch, after Zhu Liu's assassination failed, the soul kill dagger was obtained by the sacred palace. However, the soul kill dagger is a sacred artifact of our clan. Even if the sacred palace obtained it, they would not be able to refine it. What about Fang Chen? The black figure said coldly with an expressionless face. What he was really concerned about was not the soul kill dagger, but Fang Chen. Sooner or later, the soul kill dagger would return to the Dark Shadow Spirit clan. However, if Fang Chen missed this opportunity and allowed him to rise up and enter the Emperor realm, it would be very difficult to kill him. Our Dark Shadow Spirit clan has been fighting with the human race for countless years. Just when we were about to succeed, such a monster appeared. The black figure continued, his potential is too strong. If he is given some time, he will definitely step into the Great Emperor realm. At that time, all our previous efforts will be in vain. Even our dark shadow spirit clan will be completely destroyed. The black figure vaguely remembered the ancestral teachings of the dark shadow spirit clan in his mind. Every patriarch had to destroy the human race and occupy the primordial chaos as their ultimate goal. If I can complete this task, I will definitely be appreciated by the ancestors when I enter the Godsfall battlefield in the future. Thinking of this, the murderous intent in the black figure's eyes intensified. Patriarch Fang Chen has been cultivating in the sword pavilion of the sacred palace ever since he destroyed the Jiyu clan. If he does not leave the sacred palace, it will be difficult for us to act. One of them said bitterly. The Dark Shadow Spirit clan had planted spies in the sacred palace, but it was impossible to kill Fang Chen. They could only bring back some useful information. That's right. Suddenly, someone said, there's a piece of information about his daughter that should be of great use to our plan. His daughter was corrupted by the heart of the flame demon, and he went to the sacred island to ask Emperor Xiao for help. The latter gave him a list of materials, and there are several materials that are rare in the world. If we use these materials to lure him away from the sacred palace, this plan is feasible. It is rumored that Fang Chen is very affectionate and dotes on his daughter very much. The reason his daughter became like this has a lot to do with his indecisiveness at the time. He blames himself and is doing his best to find rare materials. If we use this as bait, he will definitely take the bait. You make the decision on the specific plan. The black figure said, I only care about the final result. With that, the black figure disappeared into thin air. Everyone stood up and looked at each other, their hearts heavy. Chapter 3366. Sacred Palace, Sword Pavilion. As usual, Fang Chen sat like an old monk, comprehending the third sword move in the extinction painting. This move was too powerful and the sword Dao was too mysterious. Even with Fang Chen's potential, it was difficult for him to comprehend it. In the painting, there was a tall mountain and flowing water. In front of a waterfall, there was a figure with a tall and straight posture that contained an extremely majestic sword Dao. This sword Dao was so cold that it was bone-chilling and terrifying. The sword was a killing sword, and the sword Dao was a killing Dao. Sword Dao was naturally a killing sword Dao. There were thousands of sword Daos, each different. Some people's sword Dao was to save people, while others' sword Dao was to kill people. Regardless of whether it was killing or saving people, it was still a kind of sword Dao. At this time, Fang Chen was in an extremely unstable state. He kept asking himself, why did I cultivate sword Dao? Is it really to kill people? But if I don't kill people, how can I protect the people I want to protect? Fang Chen's mind was filled with thousands of thoughts. He seemed to have fallen into the world of reincarnation, constantly going through reincarnation, baptism, and precipitation. One day, he seemed to have woken up from a dream. His heart was empty and everything seemed to have become transparent. Sword Dao. He muttered under his breath. Suddenly, a terrifying sword chi gushed out from his body. As soon as the majestic sword chi appeared, it swept across the entire sword pavilion and continued to spread. In the blink of an eye, the sword chi gathered and shot up into the sky, forming a terrifying sword chi light pillar that shot straight to the 9 heavens. Rumble. A deafening sound resounded across the sky. The silence of the sacred palace was suddenly broken by this sudden tremor. Countless martial artists raised their heads and looked curiously at the sky. What is that? What a terrifying sword chi. Who is cultivating it? Why is it causing the world to shake? Heavens, I have never seen such a strange phenomenon. Could it be that one of the palace masters has stepped into the martial emperor realm? Many martial artists who were immersed in cultivation in the sacred palace exclaimed. The Samsara Sword Emperor and the other sacred palace masters were also alarmed by this terrifying sword chi. Whoosh, whoosh. Ear-rending sounds could be heard as the 9 quasi-emperors gathered in front of the sword pavilion. They looked at each other with grave expressions. The 9 palace masters are all here, but Palace Master Fang is nowhere to be seen. Could it be? Someone noticed this and cried out in shock. Including Fang Chen, there were a total of 11 palace masters in the sacred palace. The primogenitor of nothingness had been severely injured in the battle with the Jiyu family and had been recuperating. At this moment, The 9 palace masters were standing side by side in front of the sword pavilion. Thinking back to the pillar of sword chi that had shaken the heavens and earth, everyone couldn't help but think of Fang Chen. That was the undisputed number 1 sword cultivator of the immemorial chaos, the number 1 expert. Has Palace Master Fang made a breakthrough? Everyone was stunned and cheered excitedly. One had to know that when Fang Chen was in the boundary expansion realm, he was already known as the number 1 person below the Emperor realm. If he made a breakthrough, he would definitely step into the quasi-emperor realm. Then, how strong would his battle prowess be at that time? Everyone couldn't help but look forward to it. This level of sword chi is really terrifying. Fire Dome Palace Master smiled bitterly. Fortunately, Fang Chen was a genius of the human race. If he was an enemy, he couldn't imagine how terrible the consequences would be. Palace Master Wood Green and the others also nodded gently. No one said anything. They knew that this was the vision of heaven and earth caused by Fang Chen comprehending the 3rd sword of annihilation. They were also waiting quietly. Time passed. The shocking pillar of sword chi, carrying with it an unparalleled sword chi, lasted for a full 2 hours before it dissipated. However, the gate of the sword pavilion remained tightly shut. This made everyone puzzled. The vision of heaven and earth had already dissipated. Why hadn't Palace Master Fang come out yet? Could it be that he had failed to make a breakthrough? For a moment, there was an uproar in the sacred palace. He will definitely succeed. Palace Master Wood Green and the others looked a little serious, but the Samsara Sword Emperor was very determined. As a sword cultivator, he knew Fang Chen the best. He was qualified to say such words. Even Jiyu Ku, who unleashed the battle prowess of the Emperor realm, was defeated by you. I don't believe that a mere sword of annihilation can stump you. Creak. At this moment, the quiet sword firmament pavilion suddenly shook again. At the top of the sword pavilion, a ray of dazzling sword light dissipated, and then the gate of the sword pavilion slowly opened. Inside the sword pavilion, Fang Chen got up and watched as the painting of annihilation gradually disappeared. There was no ripple of emotion in his heart. I didn't expect that it would take me 5 years. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. The sword principle contained in the 3rd sword of annihilation was too profound, far beyond his expectations. He was immersed in the world of sword principle and couldn't extricate himself. But luckily, his hard work paid off. In the end, he still managed to comprehend it. When he succeeded, he already knew that the first part of the painting of annihilation would completely disappear. I will remember Senior's kindness. If we meet again in the future, I will repay you. Fang Chen bowed slightly and said with his fists clasped. Then, without looking back, he appeared outside the sword pavilion with a thought. Countless gazes fell on him. This made Fang Chen a little confused. This is, congratulations, Palace Master Fang. Palace Master Mu Qing and the others walked in front of Fang Chen and laughed. Amazing. In my life, there are very few people I admire. You are one of them, the Reincarnation Sword Emperor said. He could feel that the invisible sword chi emitted from Fang Chen's body made his heart palpitate. One could imagine how high his attainments in sword principle had reached. How is it? Palace Master Huaqiong and the others surrounded Fang Chen and asked curiously. I have succeeded in comprehending it. Fang Chen nodded to express his gratitude. Amazing. Everyone gave him a thumbs up. Let's go to the sacred palace. Palace Master Mu Qing said with a smile. In the crowd in front of the sword pavilion, everyone had smiles on their faces as they discussed. Palace Master Fang is really an unprecedented genius. It has only been 5 years and he has broken through to the quasi-emperor realm. Our sacred palace has finally produced a supreme genius. I wonder how the Red Emperor and Lin Qian of the Archean era on the sacred island will win against Palace Master Fang. In the crowd, there was a figure. Although his expression was normal, a trace of killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Damn it, this guy is too much of a threat. Then, he secretly sent a message back to the Dark Shadow Spirit clan. Chimph, so what if you are a genius? You will definitely die if you are targeted by the Shadow Ghost clan. Since ancient times, None of the targets that they had set their sights on had survived. And Fang Chen was still on the kill list. It was even more impossible for him to survive. In the sacred palace, the 9 palace masters looked at Fang Chen with smiles. The reincarnation sword emperor couldn't help but say, "Fang Chen, not only have you stepped into the quasi-emperor realm, but you have also comprehended the apocalyptic third sword. You are really a genius." Chapter 3367. Sure. Fang Chen nodded in agreement. The gazes of the 9 people were focused on Fang Chen. Don't worry about it. This sacred palace has a powerful restriction made by an emperor realm sovereign. It should be able to resist your power, Palace Master Mu Qing said with a grin. Hearing this, Fang Chen had no more worries. Buzz. With a thought, sword chi erupted from his body like a volcano. In the blink of an eye, these sword chi condensed into a terrifying sword chi light beam in front of him. Apocalyptic third sword, blood kill. Boom. 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 As soon as the voice fell, the hidden star sword in Fang Chen's hand floated out. The majestic sword chi light beam instantly turned into a monstrous sea of blood when it came into contact with the hidden star sword. The sea of blood was filled with endless killing sword chi. How terrifying. Caught off guard, the primordial spirits of the 9 people were greatly shaken and they retreated one after another. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with disbelief. Is this the apocalyptic third sword? Samsara Sword Emperor muttered to himself. Whoosh. Before anyone could react, the hidden star sword had already stabbed out. The seemingly light sword reversed time and space, and sword chi swept out. Buzz. The monstrous sea of blood, under the control of the hidden star sword, swept across the entire sacred palace. Countless cracking sounds came from the sea of blood. Withdraw. Seeing this, Fang Chen shouted softly and withdrew the hidden star sword. The monstrous sea of blood gradually disappeared. The 9 palace masters were dumbfounded. What they saw was the battered and exhausted sacred palace. The 9 people could still feel that the sacred palace was shaking, and there were signs of cracks on the surrounding walls. This, Palace Master Wood Green sucked in a cold breath, his heart trembling. The restriction made by an emperor realm sovereign was actually cracked by Fang Chen's sword. How terrifying was this sword? It was unimaginable. After a long time, the 9 palace masters came to their senses. While Palace Master Mu Qing was amazed, he found that Samsara Sword Emperor had entered a state of epiphany. Everyone exchanged glances and then quickly left the sacred palace. Phew! Everyone let out a sigh of relief and looked at Fang Chen with burning eyes. Was that the Apocalypse third sword you used just now? Palace Master Wood Green hurriedly asked. Fang Chen nodded. That's right. It is indeed the apocalyptic third sword. Why do I feel that when you attacked, space-time became chaotic? I lost control of my body, and the surrounding space became incomparably chaotic, asked Palace Master Wood Green. The apocalyptic third sword is called reversal. It means to reverse time and space. Strictly speaking, this move is a perfect fusion of Sword Dao and Time Dao. Fang Chen explained. When I use this move, the sword chi will sweep through space and time, completely controlling the space around the enemy. With a thought, I can send the enemy to my sword. Upon hearing this, Palace Master Wood Green and the others trembled even more. In a battle between experts, everything was decided by a hair's breadth. Just think about it. An enemy in the middle of a battle suddenly had the space around him become chaotic. Before he could react, he would be struck. This was an extremely terrifying move. Of course, this move won't have much effect on an Emperor Realm ruler. The true power of this move is the endless power of Sword Dao. Fang Chen's eyes flashed. While reversing time and space, the power of Sword Dao is constantly output. Moreover, the power consumed is constantly reduced as the power of Sword Dao is output. When I use the same apocalyptic sword technique, I will consume at least half of my power when I use the second sword. When I use the third sword, I only need 30% at most. This, everyone present was a quasi-emperor expert, so they naturally understood what Fang Chen meant. They looked at Fang Chen with complicated expressions. After a long time, Palace Master Wood Green said, Our sacred palace has no leader. Only we palace masters maintain the order of the ancient chaos. However, we can't go on like this. Palace Master Fang has stepped into the quasi-emperor realm and comprehended the apocalyptic third sword. Your battle strength is comparable to an emperor realm ruler. You are worthy of being called the strongest person in the ancient chaos. Palace Master Woodgreen paused for a moment before continuing. I think that Palace Master Fang is qualified to be the leader of the human race. The reason why the human race hasn't been able to fully control the ancient chaos for countless years is because there hasn't been an absolute leader. Palace Master Fire Dome said, the Umbra Ghost race has been killing the elites of the human race. We can't just sit and wait for death. Palace Master Fang is fully qualified to be the leader of the human race. That's right. If there is a leader, the human race will be more cohesive. It will be beneficial to the development of the ancient chaos and speed up the evolution of the human race. Other than the Samsara Sword Emperor who was in an epiphany, the other 8 palace masters all supported Fang Chen. Originally, Fang Chen had planned to decline. After all, he didn't like to be tied down and wholeheartedly pursued the peak of the martial way. However, after experiencing the war with the apocalyptic demon emperor and the Jiyu clan, he finally understood. In that case, I will accept this heavy responsibility. Fang Chen said. We pay our respects to the leader. With Palace Master Woodgreen leading the way, the other 8 palace masters bowed. Fang Chen knew that the moment he became the leader, the task on his shoulders would become even heavier. Palace Master Woodgreen and the others chatted with Fang Chen for a while before quickly leaving. The appearance of a leader of the human race was of the utmost importance. The sacred palace naturally had to announce it to the world. Therefore, Palace Master Woodgreen and the others left in advance to make preparations. After waiting for countless years, a leader had finally appeared. How could they not be excited? Looking at the backs of Palace Master Woodgreen and the others leaving, Fang Chen clenched his fists tightly, golden light flashing in his eyes. At his level, he could naturally see the internal and external troubles of the human race. The seemingly powerful human race was in imminent danger. As a member of the human race, and as someone who owed the sacred palace a great debt of gratitude, he had no choice but to take on this heavy responsibility. The heavy responsibility of the rise of the human race had to be borne by someone. With his current battle strength comparable to an emperor ruler, there was no doubt about it. Several days later, a piece of news spread throughout the primordial chaos, causing countless cultivators to cry out in surprise. The 10 palace masters of the sacred palace had discussed and decided that Fang Chen would be the new leader of the human race. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. All the major factions and sect were in an uproar. While they cried out in surprise, they were also very excited. A leader has finally appeared in the human race. Ha ha ha, from now on, the human race will completely rise. Fang Chen's strength is indisputably the strongest in the primordial chaos. He is the best choice to be the leader. At the same time, news spread from the sacred palace that in 3 months, the sacred realm would hold a banquet and invite the world. At that time, the announcement would be made in the most grand manner. While countless people were celebrating, the ghost race could no longer sit still. The news from the sacred palace was extremely unfavorable to them. Chapter 3368. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, the entire primordial chaos was in an uproar. Countless cultivators were cheering, waiting for the arrival of the grand banquet. As for the main character, Fang Chen, he was very calm. After all, he was now the #1 expert in the primordial chaos. Being in such a high position made him feel a little cold. Buzz. In a mansion, a sword light suddenly soared into the sky. The hidden star sword let out a loud sword hum that resounded through the sky. Catcher. In the next moment, Fang Chen's figure flashed and time reversed. The sword light pierced through the void, creating powerful ripples. Whoosh. The void ripples quickly dissipated. Fang Chen also withdrew his aura and spat out a mouthful of turbid air. As expected of the Armageddon sword art. It's too profound. In 3 months, I've only comprehended a part of its mysteries. The Armageddon third sword art contained 9 sword daos. After 3 months, Fang Chen had comprehended 6 of the sword Daos. There were still 3 sword Daos that Fang Chen had not comprehended. If I can comprehend the last 3 sword Daos, I can be considered to have truly mastered the Armageddon third sword art. Fang Chen muttered to himself. At this moment, his communication jade pendant rang. When he heard the message, his face instantly turned solemn. Okay, I'll be right there. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Fang Chen shuttled through the void and arrived in the sacred palace. Palace Master Wood Green. Fang Chen looked at Palace Master Wood Green anxiously. In the message just now, Palace Master Wood Green had told him that he had found one of the 7 rare materials. You found the dragonfire unique flower? Palace Master Wood Green nodded. During this period, my sacred palace has been secretly searching for the materials you need. Finally, not long ago, we found a trace of it. The dragonfire unique flower is in the possession of a rogue cultivator. As they spoke, Palace Master Woodgreen told Fang Chen about the rogue cultivator. Oh, he wants to see me in person? Fang Chen was a little surprised, but quickly agreed. Everything was for the sake of the dragonfire Yunmo flower. This is his transmission token. Palace Master Woodgreen handed the transmission token to Fang Chen. Soon, Fang Chen contacted the rogue cultivator. I'm Fang Chen. Fang Chen went straight to the point. Not long after, a deep voice came from the communication pendant. Palace Master Fang, the dragonfire unique flower that you want is in my hands. If you want it, come to the Sky Sword domain alone and look for me. How is it? Palace Lord Woodgreen asked. He asked me to go to the sword domain to find him. Fang Chen said. Palace Master Woodgreen's expression changed as he muttered to himself, could this be a scheme of the Dark Shadow Spectre clan, luring you to the sword domain and then killing you? Thinking of the Dark Shadow Spectre clan, Palace Master Woodgreen's expression turned completely serious. The dragonfire Yunmo flower is rare in the world. Even a sovereign emperor might not be able to obtain it. Our sacred palace doesn't have such a huge foundation, so how could a mere rogue domain lord obtain it? I think there's something fishy about this matter. Although the time for the banquet hadn't arrived yet, Palace Master Woodgreen already considered Fang Chen the leader of the human race. He definitely wouldn't let the human race's leader take the risk. I must go. Fang Chen said firmly, don't worry. I have some attainments in the Tao of space-time. Even if I can't defeat them, I can escape. If I want to escape, there aren't many in the primordial chaos who can stop me. Fang Chen was very confident in his own strength. If he used the apocalyptic third sword at full strength, his battle strength was comparable to a sovereign emperor. He didn't believe that the Dark Shadow Spectre clan had a sovereign emperor. If that was the case, they wouldn't have fought with the sacred palace for so many years. How about this? The 9 of us palace masters will go with you. Palace Master Woodgreen thought for a moment. Fang Chen shook his head. That rogue cultivator had clearly told him that he could only go alone. It's not good for too many people to go. I'll go alone and act according to the circumstances. Fang Chen said. The sword domain was relatively far from the saint domain. This was the holy land of sword cultivators. All martial artists revered the Tao of the sword. Even the children's dream was to become a great swordsman. A mountain peak towered into the clouds. From afar, it looked like a heaven-shaking sword that had fallen from the heavens and stabbed into the ground. It was surrounded by a terrifying aura of the Tao of the sword. No one was able to approach this sword mountain. Legend had it that a world king powerhouse had tried to enter Sword Mountain, but as soon as they approached, they were strangled to death by the surrounding sword energy. Since then, Sword Mountain had become a forbidden land of the sword domain. Everyone who spoke of it paled. On a mountain peak 10,000 miles away from Sword Mountain, 2 sword cultivators were fighting. Peng peng peng. One of them was a world king and the other was a world lord. Bang. After a fierce battle, the world king grinned. I'm not fighting anymore. You're really abnormal. Although your realm is higher than mine, your foundation is unstable. Moreover, the Tao of the sword that I cultivate is much stronger than yours. The world lord nodded. Shio. Just as the 2 of them were talking, A sword light suddenly pierced through the sky and shot into the distance. Not good. The two of them felt the terrifying sword energy coming from the void and immediately prostrated themselves on the ground. What a strong sword energy. After a long time, the two of them slowly recovered and climbed up to look into the distance. A domain lord? No, even a domain lord can't release such a tyrannical sword energy. Could it be a quasi-emperor? The two of them looked at each other and then looked into the distance. That direction was where Sword Mountain was. Someone is entering Sword Mountain. The two of them said at the same time. In the void, Fang Chen stepped on his sword and quickly arrived in front of Sword Mountain. When he passed through the restrictions of Sword Mountain, he didn't encounter any obstruction. I'm here. Standing at the peak of Sword Mountain, Fang Chen said. Rip. Not far away, a man in grey robes appeared. This person's body exuded a strong sword energy. Your domain, Lord Shuo. It's my honor to be remembered by Lord Fang. Domain Lord Shuo said in a hoarse voice. Do you have the fire dragon ink flower? Fang Chen asked. Domain Lord Luo took out a black flower from his bosom. Illusory fire dragons could be seen coiling around the 9 petals of the flower. Fang Chen recognized the fire dragon ink flower at a glance and was overjoyed. Tell me what you want. As long as it's not too much, I'll do my best to fulfill it for you, Fang Chen said. In fact, with his current strength, no one would say anything even if he took it by force. However, this was his character. I'm sure Palace Lord Fang knows how precious this fire dragon ink flower is. Back then, I went through a lot of hardships and narrowly escaped death to obtain it. Just say it, Fang Chen said. All right, since Palace Lord Fang is so straightforward, I won't beat around the bush. Domain Lord Shuo nodded. I want to exchange this fire dragon ink flower for 100,000 divine pills. Fang Chen frowned. Chapter 3369. Even with Fang Chen's powerful physical body, he had only absorbed 10,000 divine elixir pills to reach the quasi-emperor realm. However, Territorial Lord Shuo wanted 100,000 divine elixir pills. Fang Chen did not immediately agree. Instead, he was deep in thought. In fact, he already had an answer in his heart before coming to the sword domain. Even if it was 100,000 divine elixir pills, he would still agree. If you can't take out 100,000 divine elixir pills, there's another way. Territorial Lord Shuo saw Fang Chen frown and continued, I'll only take 50,000 divine elixir pills. In addition, you need to kill someone for me. Kill someone? Territorial Lord Shuo nodded. I have a mortal enemy called the Thunder Barbarian Territorial Lord. We have an irreconcilable feud. My life's goal is to kill him. Not long ago, I fought with him. Who knew that he was so powerful that he was only a step away from becoming a quasi-emperor? I'm no match for him. Although I can't defeat him, he can't do anything to me either. However, the more this is the case, the more anxious I am. If he reaches the quasi-emperor realm before me, I'll definitely die. The difference between a quasi-emperor and a territorial lord was too great. Territorial Lord Shuo was a little anxious. If you kill the Thunder Barbarian Territorial Lord, I'll give you the Fire Dragon Cloud Flower, Territorial Lord Shuo said. Fang Chen slowly raised his head and looked at Territorial Lord Shuo. Aren't you afraid that I'll snatch it from you? Haha, I believe in Lord Fang's character, Territorial Lord Shuo said. I'll first investigate the Thunder Barbarian Territorial Lord. If he's an evil person, I'll help you deal with him. If he hasn't done anything wrong, I'm sorry, but I won't kill the innocent. With that, Fang Chen sent a voice transmission to Palace Master Wood Green. The Sacred Palace was the core of the human race and recorded all the experts of the ancient chaos. The Thunder Barbarian Territorial Lord was a territorial lord. It was impossible for the Sacred Palace not to have records of him. As expected, Palace Master Wood Green sent all the information about the Thunder Barbarian Territorial Lord. After reading it, Fang Chen licked his dry lips and said eerily, I never thought that the Thunder Barbaric Domain Lord would be so evil. From Palace Master Wood Green's information, he learned that the Thunder Barbarian Region Lord was an evil cultivator who specialized in hunting other cultivators and absorbing their blood essence to cultivate. Most importantly, he once had a grudge with the Ouyang clan of the Dragon Domain, and even killed one of their strongest cultivators. I owe Ouyang Luoxue a favor. Moreover, this Thunder Barbaric Region Lord is so heinous. Looks like I must kill him. Fang Chen agreed to the territorial ruler's request. I can help you kill the Thunder Barbarian territorial ruler, but do you know where he is? Not long ago, he went to the barbarian domain. The domain lord was excited. If Fang Chen made a move, the domain lord of the Thunder Barbarian domain would definitely die. Hua la. With a flick of his sleeve, Fang Chen passed 50,000 saint pellets to territorial Lord Hua. Here are 50,000 divine elixir pills. As for killing territory Lord Shua, I will go to Man Yu now. Do you want to come with me? Fang Chen asked. Of course. He wanted to see the Thunder Barbarian Region Lord die with his own eyes. Let's go. The barbarian domain was filled with a savage aura. The people of the barbarian domain worshipped the barbarian emperor. In their hearts, the barbarian emperor was the most powerful existence. Now, after countless years of chaos, the barbarian domain finally had a new territorial ruler. As the descendant of the barbarian emperor, Barbarian had received the barbarian emperor's inheritance and completely activated the barbarian emperor's bloodline. His prestige in the barbarian domain was unmatched. Master, what about that guy? In a city in the core of the barbarian domain, Barbarian gritted his teeth and said, the Thunder Barbarian Region Lord is a veteran expert. He is powerful and evil. He is a true evil cultivator. Even if you and I join forces, we may not be his match. Barbarian's master said, once we anger the Thunder Barbarian Region Lord, the barbarian domain will be in trouble. Why don't you ask your good brother for help? Barbarian shook his head. The path of cultivation is full of difficulties. I can't rely on my brother forever. If I can't even deal with the Thunder Barbarian Region Lord, how can I face my brother? Barbarian punched the stone bench beside him. I will go into seclusion now. The day I come out will be the day the Thunder Barbarian Region Lord dies. The two of them were thinking about the Thunder Barbarian Region Lord. However, they would never have thought that Fang Chen had already found the Thunder Barbarian Region Lord. In a hidden valley. At a glance, there were corpses everywhere and blood was dripping. Bang! The Thunder Barbarian Region Lord waved his hand and a corpse that he had sucked dry of blood was thrown not far away. Delicious blood. The Thunder Barbarian Region Lord licked his lips and said eerily, the barbarian domain is very far from the sacred region and is at the edge of the primordial chaos. The sacred palace will not care about it. If the barbarian region Lord knows what's good for him, don't disturb me. Otherwise, I don't mind bathing the barbarian domain in blood. The Thunder Barbarian Region Lord continued to suck the blood. Thunder Barbarian Region Lord. Suddenly, a deafening voice descended from the sky. Who's there? The Thunder Barbarian Region Lord scanned his surroundings and snapped furiously. Fang Chen and the Thunder Barbarian Region Lord walked out from the darkness. Fang Chen's expression turned cold when he saw the corpses scattered across the ground. Thunder Barbarian Region Lord, I didn't look for you, but you're here to die. The Thunder Barbarian Region Lord said coldly when he saw the Thunder Barbarian Region Lord, what's wrong? You managed to escape last time, and now you've found a helper. Thunder Barbarian Region Lord, today is the day you die. The Thunder Barbarian Region Lord said. Buzz. Fang Chen took a step forward. The Thunder Barbarian Region Lord harumphed coldly and attacked. Bang. However, he was shocked to discover that his attack was directly blocked by the man before him with his physical body. Who are you? The Thunder Barbarian Region Lord finally realized that something was not right. I'm Fang Chen. Fang Chen said. Run. The Thunder Barbarian Region Lord was terrified and tried to escape. Bang. A giant hand descended from the sky and suppressed the Thunder Barbarian Region Lord. No. I can't accept this. The Thunder Barbarian Region Lord screamed and turned into ashes. Thank you, Lord Fang. The Thunder Barbarian Region Lord was stunned. Although he had heard about it, he was still shocked to see Fang Chen attack with his own eyes. You deserve to die for killing the innocent. The Thunder Barbarian Region Lord didn't say anything else and handed the Dragonfire Yun ink flower to Fang Chen. Where did you get it? Fang Chen suddenly asked. From a spatial crack. The Thunder Barbarian Region Lord roughly explained the location, and Fang Chen instantly understood. Looking at the dragon fire unique flower in his hand, he muttered, "Did it come from the Godfall battlefield?" At the core of the barbarian region, a voice suddenly sounded in the mind of the barbarian who was in seclusion. "The Thunder Barbarian Region Lord killed the innocent in the barbarian region, and I've killed him. I have to rush back to the sacred palace to deal with some matters. See you there soon." Dong. The barbarian region lord suddenly opened his eyes. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't want to trouble his good brother, but, seeing the barbarian region lord walk out of the secret room, his master asked in surprise, "Why are you out so quickly?" Chapter 3370. After dealing with the Thunder Barbarian Protectorate Lord, Fang Chen went to the Thousand Treasure Pagoda alone. He handed the Fire Dragon Cloud Ink flower to Emperor Xiao and then hurried back to the sacred region. The entire sacred domain was extremely jubilant. The faces of all the martial artists were filled with jubilant smiles. Looking down from the sky, one could see many warriors from thousands of miles away pouring into the sacred region. For a time, the vast sacred region was full of people. Those who were more powerful came to the sacred palace. Although most of them were not invited, they had no regrets seeing the leader of the human race with their own eyes. Palace Master Wood Green and the others had been preparing for 3 months. The feast of the human race had finally arrived. Early in the morning, the 9 palace masters were already busy. Figures could be seen hurrying about everywhere in the sacred palace. As the protagonist of the feast and the leader of the human race, Fang Chen was more leisurely. In an elegant and quiet garden. Compared to the hustle and bustle outside the sacred palace, it was indeed much quieter. Fang Chen sat on a stone bench, admiring the fish swimming in the pond. Beside him was the primogenitor of nothingness. After a period of recuperation, Void Ancestor's injuries had healed a lot. "How are your injuries?" Fang Chen asked. After all, Void Ancestor's injuries were caused by him. Moreover, the space-time Tao that he cultivated originated from Void Ancestor. When he was in the universe Godworld, the space-time Tao had helped him a lot. Therefore, Fang Chen was grateful to Void Ancestor from the bottom of his heart. "Leader, don't worry. My injuries are nothing to worry about. It's a pity. I should have helped in such a grand occasion." There was some regret in Void Ancestor's words. Now that Fang Chen's identity had changed, he respected Fang Chen very much. "Void Palace Master, you don't have to be like this. It's all thanks to your space-time Tao." Fang Chen smiled. He took out 50,000 divine elixir pills from his Sumeru ring. "These divine elixir pills should be able to help you recover, right?" These 50,000 divine elixir pills were compensation to Void Ancestor. Primogenitor Nihility shook his head. He couldn't accept it. "Take it." Fang Chen's attitude was firm. In the end, the primogenitor of the void had no choice but to put away the Saint Elixir. "Thank you for the gift, Lord Leader." The primogenitor of nothingness stood up shakily and cupped his fists in thanks. "There's no need for that." Right at this moment, Palace Master Woodgreen sent a sound transmission to Fang Chen. The various large factions of the primordial chaos had already arrived. The banquet was about to begin. "Come on, let's go together." At that moment, there was a huge square in front of the sacred palace. On the square, there was a dense crowd of martial artists. In addition, the entire sacred palace was packed with people. Is he Fang Chen? Heavens! He's so young, yet he can become the #1 person in the supreme ancient immortal realms? As soon as Fang Chen appeared, there was a burst of discussion below. Everyone looked at Fang Chen in shock. "Lord Leader, please. This old man will stand to the side." Primogenitor Nihility made an inviting gesture to Fang Chen and then walked to the side of Palace Master Woodgreen and the others. Although he was the sacred Palace Master, there was still a big gap between him and Fang Chen. As the leader of the human race, he was unique and the core of the entire human race. He had to pay attention to his words and actions. It's said that primogenitor Nihility was injured because he saved the leader. Did you see that? The leader stood side by side with primogenitor nihility at such a grand event. This is enough to show how important primogenitor nihility is in the leader's heart. I'm so envious. I really hope I can take a few cuts for the leader. With your strength, you wish. Shouts shook the sky as countless people cheered Fang Chen's name. Everyone. Palace Master Woodgreen stepped forward and waved his hand, indicating for everyone to be quiet. The huge square instantly fell silent. Everyone, this person beside me is the new leader of the human race. Next, Palace Master Woodgreen briefly explained Fang Chen's combat strength and other circumstances. From today onwards, he will be the leader of the human race. Palace Master Woodgreen said loudly. We pay our respects to the leader. The strongest person in the Archean era was feared by everyone. Who dared to raise an objection? As expected of Boss. On the side of the stage, the 5 lords of Jade Mountain led by Little Mouse had proud expressions. The man standing in the center of the stage was their leader. I said at the time that Boss is the chosen one. His future is limitless. Little C and Pangolin also sighed. When they followed Fang Chen, although they knew that the latter had unparalleled potential, who would have thought that he would become the leader of the human race in the near future? In the vast primal chaos realm, countless primal chaos voids were led by him. No one dared to disobey his orders. In the monster race area, a red-robed pure-blooded beast in human form lazily watched this scene. Although its expression was indifferent, there was a trace of admiration in the depths of its eyes. To be able to reach this step in such a harsh age of chaos, if he was born in the ancient era, it would be unimaginable. The pure-blooded beast said. Behind it, the lords of the 3 monster races couldn't help but have joy on their faces. From now on, the monster race will finally have a fixed territory in the primordial chaos. Yes, the emperor of our race is like a brother to the leader of the human race. The monster race and the human race are also allies. In the future, we will develop together and return to the peak of the primal chaos realm. It was not only them. The people who had interacted with Fang Chen before were all proud of this. After Palace Master Woodgreen finished his short speech, it was Fang Chen's turn to speak. I am indebted to everyone for allowing me to take on the responsibility of being the leader of the human race. I will not refuse. Fang Chen said. Since I am the leader of the human race, I will put the interests of the human race first. Anyone who dares to harm the interests of the human race will be the enemy of the human race. I will kill them at all costs. I hope that everyone can stand side by side with me and contribute to the development of the primal chaos realm. We support the leader. Immediately, the square was filled with earth-shattering noises. Outside the Saint Palace, on a hidden street, there were 2 figures. After hearing the earth-shattering shouts, their faces were full of disdain. So what if he is the leader? Won't he still die at the hands of the Umbra Ghost race? This guy is probably the shortest leader in the history of the human race. The Umbra Ghost race had carefully prepared for 3 months. They were determined to kill Fang Chen this time. Are you ready? The red-clothed man asked. The red-clothed man nodded. The Great Elder has sent a message. The Umbra squad is in position. Then we have to speed up. A moment later, the 2 came to a wasteland outside the Saint Palace and began to set up a large formation. An hour later, the red-clothed man drilled out of the ground, his forehead full of sweat. The human race's protective formation is really powerful. If I hadn't received a formation talisman from my race, it would have been very difficult to tear it apart, the red-clothed man said. How is it? The red-clothed man asked hurriedly. I've already torn apart the human race's protective formation and placed the formation talisman inside. Once the human race activates the formation, it will bring about a disaster. The red-clothed man said confidently. The formation talisman came from the God's Fall battlefield. The power it contained was too strong. Unless an Emperor Realm ruler came personally, no one could resist it. Okay. The red-clothed man nodded and sent a message to the Umbra squad. In the square in front of the Saint Palace, Fang Chen, who was speaking, suddenly heard Palace Master Woodgreen's voice in his mind. The protective formation has been tampered with. As expected, they can't hold back anymore. Fang Chen raised his head and looked into the distance. A sinister and terrifying killing intent appeared in his dark eyes. Buzz. At this moment, the void suddenly distorted, and a terrifying black hole appeared in the sky. Shocking killing intent came from the black hole. What's that? This sudden change shocked everyone. Poochie. Some warriors who were too close to the black hole were instantly killed. Blood sprayed into the void. Not good. Retreat. Everyone turned pale with fright and quickly retreated. Whoosh. A dazzling light shot out of the black hole and stabbed toward Fang Chen with unbelievable speed. Bang. Fang Chen clenched his fists and sent him flying with a punch. Crack. At this moment, 10 figures appeared around him. Buzz. Terrifying soul Dao power swept through his body. His primordial spirit trembled and his body swayed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the 10 members of the Umbra squad launched a thunderous attack. Die! 10 streaks of concentrated soul Dao power gathered in the sky, condensing into a black eagle. The eagle spread its wings and soared, carrying endless soul Dao power as it blasted toward Fang Chen. Activate the formation, Palace Master Wood Green yelled. How dare you disrupt the human race's successor ceremony? Don't even think about leaving. Damn Umbra Spectres. Palace Master Fire Dome was furious. Boom. The human race's protective formation was instantly activated. A layer of formation ripples quickly shrouded the sacred palace. Violent killing power emanated from the void and spread out in all directions. Retreat. The pure-blooded beast cub said in a deep voice. Since the Umbra Spectres dared to assassinate them, it meant that they came prepared. Anyone below the boundary Emperor realm was cannon fodder. The demon race people quickly retreated from the battlefield. The 5 tyrants of Jade Mountain were unwilling to retreat, but the pure-blooded beast cub couldn't care less. It slapped the 5 of them away. Let's go. The pure-blooded beast cub looked at the Star Emperor. The latter shook his head, his eyes flashing with killing intent. I want to fight side by side with Brother Chen. Boom. At this moment, a deafening sound came from the sky. The entire sky seemed to be about to collapse. Fang Chen's body burst out from the dense soul Dao power. He dodged the joint attack of the Umbra Spectres. The 10 members of the Umbra Spectres floated in the air and looked at each other in surprise. You actually dodged our joint attack. Obviously, they didn't dare to believe it. The Umbra Spectres were the strongest team that the Umbra Spectres had nurtured over the years. Although the 10 of them were only domain lords, they all had the combat strength of a boundary emperor. Most importantly, their primordial spirits had all reached the peak of the abyssal realm. They were just one step away from entering the corporeal realm. Even a boundary emperor wouldn't be able to withstand their joint attack. I knew that the Umbra Spectres would come to assassinate me. How could I not be prepared? Fang Chen sneered. In the past 3 months, he had been cultivating and preparing at the same time. The attack just now was indeed powerful, but he had held back and dodged it. In fact, he deliberately allowed Palace Master Woodgreen to create the gap in the protective formation. Chapter 3371. The Human Clan and the Dark Shadow Spirit Clan had been fighting for so many years. Although the Dark Shadow Spirit Clan was very secretive, they would definitely kill their target every time they attacked. It was very difficult for the Human Clan to capture the members of the Dark Shadow Spirit Clan, but after countless years, they still accumulated a lot of information. Since the last battle of the ancient region, the Sacred Palace had paid special attention to the movements of the Dark Shadow Spirit Clan. They knew that once the Dark Shadow Spirit Clan attacked, they would definitely not let it go. If they attacked again next time, they would go all out. Therefore, Fang Chen did something to the mounting guarding formation. Samsara Sword Formation, open. Fang Chen shouted in a low voice and spread out his hands. Terrifying sword chi soared into the sky and quickly condensed into 9 giant swords. Above the 9 giant swords, there was a rich supreme power of law surrounding them. Swish. Seeing this, Palace Master Woodgreen and the others stood up one after another. Each of them held a giant sword tightly and stood in 9 different positions of the Samsara Sword Formation. Dong. Dong. The power of the Samsara Sword Formation instantly erupted. Standing in the formation, Fang Chen felt the burst of power in the sword formation, and a touch of coldness appeared on his face. Since you dare to come to kill me, then all of you shall stay here. The most important member of the Dark Shadow Spirit clan was the Dark Shadow Squad. If all 10 of them were killed, the power of the Dark Shadow Spirit clan would be greatly reduced, and then there would be no need to fear them. Therefore, the Sacred Palace was fully prepared. Kill. He performed the second move of the Apocalypse swordsmanship. The hidden star sword exploded in the Samsara sword formation like a bolt of lightning. Crack. After feeling the power of the Apocalypse swordsmanship, the power of the Samsara sword formation soared again. As expected. Seeing this, Fang Chen nodded with satisfaction. The Samsara sword formation was a powerful treasure that the Samsara sword emperor had brought back from the spatial crack at the edge of the God's Fall battlefield. Last time in the ancient region, the world had already seen its power. In the past 3 months, Fang Chen had been cultivating and improving the Samsara sword formation at the same time. He simulated the essence of the ancient annihilation swordsmanship into the Samsara sword formation, using the Apocalypse swordsmanship as the core to superimpose the power of the Samsara sword formation. Now, every time he performed the ancient annihilation swordsmanship, he would superimpose a layer of power. 1. At the same time, the mountain protection formation of the human clan was fully activated. The 2 experts of the Dark Shadow Spirit clan who had sneaked into the Saint Realm were instantly killed. Not far away from the Sacred Palace, the 2 heard the commotion inside and sneered. With the Shadow Squad taking action, they will definitely die, the red-clothed man said. That's right. What we need to do is to disrupt the protective formation so that it can't interfere with the Shadow Squad's actions. However, just as the 2 of them were conversing, suddenly, an astonishing power surged out from the core of the protective formation. Crack. The talisman that had been placed in the center of the formation instantly shattered. Not good. The formation talisman is broken. Retreat. The red-robed man seemed to have realized something and wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Boom. Boundless energy swept across the land, instantly drowning the 2 of them. Crack. Their bodies were reduced to dust. 1. After the protective formation shattered the talisman, it quickly closed, completely trapping the Shadow Squad in the Saint Realm. At this moment, Fang Chen was not idle in the transmigration sword formation. He performed the second move of the ancient annihilation swordsmanship again and again. In a moment, the power of the transmigration sword formation had been superimposed to 9 layers. It's about time. Fang Chen felt that the time was right. In the next moment, he threw out the star-hidden sword in his hand and rushed in another direction. Bang! He accumulated all the strength in his body and punched the void. Crack! When his fist struck out, a figure suddenly appeared. Caught off guard, his head was directly smashed into smithereens. Swoosh! The primordial spirit light ball escaped at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Seeing this, the other members of the Shadow Squad attacked like crazy. However, the power of the 9 layers of the transmigration sword formation, coupled with the ancient annihilation sword chi, and the full attack of the palace masters of the Sacred Palace, had reached a terrifying level. Even an emperor-level sovereign would not dare to face it head-on. After one of the members of the Shadow Squad was seriously injured by Fang Chen, the battle formation was instantly broken. For a moment, the others were also attacked violently. Die! Taking advantage of the situation, he pursued. Fang Chen performed his trump card, the ancient annihilation third sword. Run! The primordial spirit light ball quickly escaped. He shouted desperately, but suddenly, a terrifying aura blocked in front of his primordial spirit. No! A dark aura tore through the sky, like the arrival of dawn, and instantly strangled his primordial spirit. Miserable screams rang out incessantly. Since the emergence of the Shadow Squad, no one had died. For countless years, it had been the trump card team of the Shadow Ghost clan. But now, one of them was killed by Fang Chen. What swordsmanship is that? It's too strong. I feel my heart trembling. Run! With the battle formation broken, the other 9 people were no longer in the mood to fight and fled. They knew that this mission was a complete failure. They had underestimated Fang Chen's strength. The latter's potential was too terrifying. It had only been 3 months, but he had already become so unimaginably strong. Our Shadow Ghost clan is best at hiding. If we want to escape, no one can stop us. The 9 people fled in different directions, and Fang Chen chased after them. Maintain the sword formation. Leave the rest to me. In the following time, the 9 members of the Shadow Squad would definitely attack the Samsara sword formation crazily. Fang Chen warned Palace Master Wood Green and the others in advance to be careful. Don't worry. With the superposition power, we are confident that we can face an Emperor Realm Dominator. Palace Master Wood Green and the Samsara Sword Emperor looked at each other, and then frantically activated the power in their bodies to maintain the superposition power of the Samsara Sword formation. I'm least afraid of concealment techniques. Seeing the 9 figures disappear at the same time, Fang Chen sneered. Without even thinking about it, he swung his sword toward a certain side of the void. The Armageddon second sword instantly burst out, piercing through the sky and piercing a person hidden in the void. While the sacred realm was fighting fiercely, the distant Shadow Ghost lair was completely in an uproar. The clan leader had come out of seclusion, and he could no longer sit still. Bang! The Dark Shadow clan leader was furious and smashed a building with a punch. His face was ferocious and full of killing intent. Damn it, how dare you plot against my clan? Every member of the Shadow Squad was a powerful force in the clan, and they had unparalleled potential. They were the strongest assassins below the Emperor realm. But now, 4 of their life slips had been shattered. Open the wormhole. The Dark Shadow clan leader ordered. Gather the strength of the entire clan and attack the sacred realm. A moment later, a wormhole appeared in the void, and the Dark Shadow clan leader stepped out and stepped into it. Crack! With a series of cracking sounds, 3 of the life slips placed in the Shadow Ghost clan's lair were shattered. 7. The warrior in charge of guarding the life slips saw this and his body trembled. Ever since the Shadow Ghost clan appeared, such a thing had never happened. Heavens! Just how strong is the human race? He vaguely remembered that the clan leader had said that the Shadow Squad's combined attack was comparable to that of an Emperor Realm Sovereign. But now, 7 of them had died, and the other 3 life slips were shaking and showing signs of cracking. They could shatter at any time. Could it be that the humans have an Emperor Realm Sovereign? Crack! 2 more cracking sounds were heard. 2 of the remaining 3 life slips were shattered, and only 1 was left. Oh no! Seeing this scene, the warrior in charge of guarding the life slips suddenly changed his expression. He seemed to have realized something. Clan leader, 9 life slips have shattered. No, all 10 of them have shattered. The Shadow Squad has been wiped out. The humans seem to have an Emperor Realm Sovereign. The sacred realm was filled with smoke. The inside of the sacred palace had turned into ruins, and only the sacred palace stood in the ruins. Palace Master Wood Green and the others were still maintaining the Transmigration Sword formation, and in the sword formation, 10 corpses lay in a pool of blood. Fang Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand and leaned on the ground. There were beads of sweat on his forehead. Using the Armageddon sword technique consecutively had consumed too much energy. Fortunately, I prepared in advance and defeated the Shadow Squad one by one. Otherwise, if they joined forces, it would have been difficult for me to kill them, Fang Chen muttered. He raised his head and looked at the distant sky with his deep eyes. There, thunder rumbled and light shot out in all directions. Are they here? The strongest of the Shadow Ghost clan, the Dark Shadow clan leader. Damn the humans. A furious roar could be heard coming from the distance, causing the entire sacred realm to tremble. Shatter. Looking at the protective formation in front of him, the Dark Shadow clan leader smashed it with a punch. Crack. A terrifying vortex appeared on the protective formation and crazily devoured the power of the formation. His body kept changing, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the sacred palace. He stood in the air and stared at Fang Chen with his blood-red eyes. Are you the new leader of the human clan? The Dark Shadow clan leader said gloomily. After hiding for so long, you finally decided to show yourself. Fang Chen shrugged and sneered. The Dark Shadow clan leader stretched out a finger and pointed at Fang Chen. He said fiercely, How dare you kill the people of my Shadow Ghost clan? Looking at the 10 corpses lying on the ground, the Dark Shadow clan leader was filled with cold killing intent. HMPH, the ancient Chaos era was originally the territory of the human clan. The Shadow Ghost clan was ambitious and wanted to occupy it. Over the years, you have secretly assassinated many of the human clan's geniuses, right? Palace Master Wood Green said angrily, the human clan has long been an enemy of the Shadow Ghost clan. So what if we kill your people? If we have the chance, we will definitely destroy your clan. Haha, the Dark Shadow clan leader laughed strangely. He spread his hands, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Originally, it was not the time to start a war with the human clan. The Dark Shadow clan leader said, but the death of the Shadow Squad requires the entire human clan to pay tribute. After all, a full-scale war with the human clan required comprehensive planning. The plan had not been completely successful, and it was not the best time to start a war. However, the Dark Shadow clan leader had underestimated Fang Chen's strength and the Sacred Palace's foundation. This had indirectly led to the tragic death of the 10 members of the Shadow Squad at the hands of Fang Chen. This directly aroused the Dark Shadow clan leader's crazy anger. At this time, he could not care less.